Will the council meeting of January 23rd, 2026 please come to order? It is now 9:12 a.m. Good morning and aloha, everyone.
Aloha.
Ohayo gozaimasu. Roll call, Ms. Clerk.
Chair, proceeding with roll call. Councilmember Shane Sinensi.
Aloha kakayaka and ohayo gozaimasu.
Councilmember Nohelani U'uhajens.
Aloha Chair, aloha everyone.
Councilmember Tom Cook.
Aloha Friday. There's, we have people in Kihei office on standby if anybody wants to give testimony. Really happy to be here this morning, greet our friends from Japan, and also to honor our student. Thank you.
Councilmember Connie Rollins Fernandez.
Aloha kakahiaka and lono i ka makahiki. There is currently no testifiers or staff at the Molokai District Office because staff is helping with ka'ahele for makahiki. So anyone in Molokai, just call in. Mahalo, Chair.
Councilmember Gabe Johnson.
Aloha Chair, council members, community members, there's no testifiers at the Lanai District Office, and I'm here and ready to work. Thank you.
Councilmember Tamara Paulton.
Aloha kakayaka kako, live and direct from the council chambers.
Vice Chair Yukilei Sugimura.
Good morning, everybody. Ohayo gozaimasu, and I really appreciate the council welcoming our guests from Izumi Sano City. Looking forward to a productive meeting, Chair.
Councilmember Kawanoi Batongan.
Aloha kakahiaka kako, and a special good morning to the Haumana from Kamehameha Schools, Maui.
And Council Chair Alice Lee.
Good morning and aloha kako.
Chair, all members are present, which means you do have a quorum to conduct the business of the council. For the record, my name is Moana Ludi, and I'm the county clerk. Seated next to me is Rochelle Thompson, the deputy clerk. And joining us from our legislative division staff is Joyce Morishige, Lauren Saldana, Del Yoshida, and Arthur Suyama. Assisting the council with order and decorum is our ambassador, Ryan Martins. Joining the meeting from the Office of Council Services is Deputy Director Rochelle Kawasaki and Legislative Attorney Peter Hanano.
This morning's remarks will be provided by Councilmember Shane Sinensi.
Mahalo, Chair and members. Members, this month of January is National Human Trafficking Prevention Month. There are more than 27 million people around the world that are subject to human trafficking, and we've learned that the traffickers often take advantage of unstable environments around the world caused by natural disasters, conflicts, and pandemics to exploit both adults and children. This month, we thank and we celebrate the collective work of foreign governments, international organizations, law enforcement officials, survivor advocates, and private citizens who continue to fight against and to increase awareness about human trafficking. The Trafficking Victims Protection Act of 2000 is a landmark U.S. law that made human trafficking a federal crime. It established a comprehensive framework of prevention, protection, and prosecution. It created tools like visas for survivors, established anti-trafficking offices, defined sex and labor trafficking, and strengthened protections for victims, and also increased penalties for those traffickers. Chair, please join us this Monday in the What's Up Committee as we meet with the representatives from Ho'oikaika Partnership and with parents and children together to review data on child abuse and neglect, domestic abuse, and human trafficking in Maui County. E malama ia o kou pakahia pau, a malama pono ke kahi. Mahalo.
Thank you. Thank you very much. May I now ask that everyone join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance? Before we proceed with today's agenda, may I please request that everyone keep their microphones muted unless it's your turn to speak. As a reminder, testimony must pertain to items on the meeting agenda. When testifying, please direct your remarks to the council and not to any individual council member or member of the public. Each testifier will be allowed to speak for up to 3 minutes on each item. For individuals wishing to testify on Teams, please click the raise your hand button to be added to the log. If you are calling in, please follow phone prompts to be added to this testifier log. If you wish to testify anonymously, please sign in as anonymous and you will be given a testifier number. Decorum shall be maintained at all times. Any person who behaves in a manner that disrupts, disturbs, or impedes the orderly conduct of any council meeting can, at the discretion of the presiding officer or a majority of present council members, be ejected or banned from council meetings, or if participating remotely, muted or dropped from the meeting. Examples of disruptive behavior include, but are not limited to, heckling, shouting, use of profanity, threatening or slanderous remarks made to any member of the council, staff, or general public. And for those of you who are here for the first time, these things happen from time to time, unfortunately. All meetings attendees, whether online or in person, are expected to wear clothing which should not display profanity, obscenity, or any message that could be considered discriminatory, harassing, or inappropriate for these proceedings. Ms. Clerk, please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. At this time, we don't have anyone signed up to testify in the ceremonial resolution, but the first one that we'll be taking up is 26-6. This is last call if there is anyone who would like to testify on the ceremonial resolution. And the countdown is 3, 2, 1. Well, we have a taker. This is Vehiva's mom, Napua.
Aloha, everyone. Aloha, Council. My name is Napua Aloy. I'm Vehiva's mother. We're just so honored for this opportunity and the recognition. Maui has just played a significant role in his upbringing, in breeding this culture of aloha, growing our own, breeding excellence and recognizing the excellence that we have here on our island, not just recognized for our beauty, but for our people. So we're definitely grateful. As parents, we, Vehiva was a good boy, and we recognized that after we had our second boy. But he was always very responsible, very serious, but you could see the joy in his eyes on the field and the fields that he played on here on this island. And it was just a little seed that became a dream. And as parents, what we do is we water that seed and we help it grow in all the means we are possible, whether it's with love, with respect, with time. Time is super important with your children, and just being present for them at all times. So it was just amazing to watch the seed blossom, continuing to grow for sure, but it's a parent's joy to see their child's joy come through and their dreams to be possible. And it wouldn't be possible without our lahui and without our beautiful people here on Maui. So definitely wanted to just say how honored we are, how grateful we are, and how proud we are of him. Thank you.
Thank you. That was so beautiful. Thank you. Do we have any other speakers?
I'm staring at his family, Chair. I see his grandpa in the back too, and his uncle.
Aloha kakayaka, everybody. I'm Jamie Aloy, Vehiva's dad. Just so grateful for everything that our island has done, our community. Grateful for you guys, the Maui County Council, in recognizing not only Vehiva's accomplishments, but everybody that has come before him has set the example for Vehiva, his brother, and all the other children in this community. So very grateful. I had a friend tell me that with what my sons have accomplished so far, it's like a 0.135% playing the same sport at the SEC level. And it's just been an amazing journey. Like my wife said, still cannot believe it's like living in a movie. You know, things just happening so fast. Sometimes it's hard to enjoy. but we've been trying to enjoy it. And yeah, just so very grateful for this. Mahalo.
Thank you, Dad. Any more speakers? I'd like to recognize in the back of the room, Mr. Kimokea Kapulehua. Can you raise, yeah. You want to say a few words? Old family friend.
Hello, Alice and council members. As you know that we've always promoted Aloha for Maui. And as a grandparents to see my grandson and both of the grandsons out in Arkansas and having them to have 10,000 fans wearing the Aloha shirt in the game and making Aloha Friday out there. So for a grandparent, so proud that he's taking Aloha to the United States of America, and we're so proud of him of sharing Aloha and really serving Maui, the county of Maui, and we're so proud of him, what he's done for us. And nobody could do it better than Vihiva and Kuhiu Aloy in Arkansas. And now he's playing for the Baltimore Orioles, so we're really proud of that. And I thank him and thank all of you for giving us the honor for my grandson, Vihiva Aloy. Thank you so much. Mahalo.
Mahalo. Ms. Clerk?
Chair, I just think there'd be one more, and that's his uncle, Russell Kapahulehua.
Is this the police officer?
He's a retired officer, so we know each other very well.
Yeah.
皆さんおはようございます。私はラストなんですけれども、Vihivaさんのこれですけれども、wow. Unreal Vihiva, congratulations for your accomplishments and all that you've done up to now. And I watched a lot of his games online, and it's true, not just the Aloha shirts, but the palm trees and the leis, the flower leaves and whatnot. So it looks like he was a true ambassador, him and his brother, of Aloha there in Arkansas. I was a police officer here for almost 30 years, so I was super busy, but I got to see from the outside all the effort that Jamie and Napua put into the boys, and of course, so inspired and in awe by their commitment and their dedication and their fanaticism, I should say. I remember, I think when they were super young, interesting story. When they were super young, I remember asking Vihiva, I walked into the house, he goes, what are you doing here at a game console? And I goes, I'm playing video games. Oh, right on. So I'm thinking, okay, so he's not fully concentrating on baseball. He's playing some kind of video game, and it was MLB, of course. So I was like, but that was kind of interesting. But congratulations, Vihiva, and thank you so much for this honor and bestowing this honor upon him. And truly took a village, and I was able to witness a small portion of that. But congratulations.
Thank you.
Chair, the only other person I met in that group is Uncle Mike. I don't know if he wants to say something, but the others I didn't get to meet, so this last of his crew I'll call down.
I'm a crier. Aloha. Thank you, County Council, for recognizing my nephew. You know, to watch this little boy grow up like this and work as hard as he did to get where he's at is truly amazing. And this should be inspiring to all these young kids here today. And not only these young kids here, but throughout the islands and throughout Hawaii. To know a boy from Maui can make it to the best, to the very best. He is recognized as the best college baseball player in all of college. That is such an accomplishment, it's unbelievable. But to see the unbelievable talent of him and his brother did not come easily. His parents have nurtured him. His parents have guided him. His parents have been there all the time. Jamie was going to be, his father was going to be a professional baseball player until he got hurt. And he played for the University of Hawaii. So this is instilled into them. And to be able to watch him grow has been truly amazing. I'm so proud of you, Phoebe. You are such a good boy and a good man and a good heart. And I can't wait to see your future because people like you deserve what you have today and what you have gotten. And it's really, truly amazing. I love you.
Thank you. Ms. Clerk?
Okay, so that'll be last call. Thank you, Uncle Mike. Now you're making me cry. If there's anyone else from the family or otherwise who would like to testify on this ceremonial resolution, this is your opportunity. Again, this is last call, and the countdown is 3, 2, 1. Chair, seeing no one who's indicating a desire to testify at this time.
Members, any objections to closing public testimony on this ceremonial resolution? Okay. Ms. Clerk.
Chair, before you is Resolution 26-6, congratulating Vahiva Aloy for winning the 2025 Golden Spikes Award and the 2025 Bobby Bragan National Collegiate Slugger Award.
Vice Chair?
Member Hodgins.
Oh, I'm sorry. Member Hodgins, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Anybody could have done it, but I move to adopt Resolution 26-6.
Second.
Moved by Member Hodgins, seconded by Member Johnson. To adopt this resolution, discussion, Member Hodgins.
Thank you. May I please ask the clerk to read the resolution in its entirety?
Ms. Clerk.
Resolution number 26-6, congratulating Vahiva Aloy for winning the 2025 Golden Spikes Award and the 2025 Bobby Bragan National Collegiate Slugger Award. Whereas Wailuku native and 2022 Baldwin High School graduate Vahiva Kapahulehua Aloy, a shortstop for University of Arkansas Razorbacks, received the 2025 Golden Spikes Award as the nation's top amateur baseball player and the 2025 Bobby Bragan National Collegiate Slugger Award as the best hitter in Division I baseball. And whereas the 47th Annual Golden Spikes Award, based on athletic excellence, sportsmanship, character, and overall contribution to the sport, was presented by USA Baseball on June 21st, 2025 to Vahiva as the first recipient from outside the continental United States. And whereas Vahiva received the 2025 Bobby Bragan National Collegiate Slugger Award on July 3rd, 2025 from SR Bats, which recognized him as the nation's top college hitter based on his batting performance, academics, leadership, sportsmanship, and personal integrity. And whereas Vahiva was also named 2025 SEC Baseball Player of the Year, and whereas Vahiva led the Razorbacks in nearly every major offensive category, including slugging percentage, .673, on-base plus slugging percentage, 1.107, hits 93, runs 81, doubles 19, home runs 21, extra base hits 42, multi-hit games 30, and total bases 179. And whereas Vahiva started all 65 games last season at shortstop and displayed exceptional defensive and offensive excellence, capping the season by leading the Razorbacks to the Men's College World Series semifinals and becoming the first Arkansas shortstop to ever hit a home run during the series. And whereas Vahiva was recognized as an All-American by 4 major publications, affirming his standing among the nation's elite collegiate athletes. And whereas Vahiva credits his younger brother, Kuhio Aloy, a 2023 Baldwin High School graduate and an award-winning star player for the Razorbacks in his own right, with helping to push him to achieve success. And whereas to follow his remarkable collegiate career, Vahiva signed a professional baseball contract with the Baltimore Orioles after being drafted in the first round on July 13th, 2025, marking the start of the next chapter of his journey. And whereas the Council of the County of Maui takes this opportunity to recognize and congratulate Vahiva Aloy for his extraordinary dedication, discipline, and perseverance, and for serving as an exemplary role model for the student athletes of Maui County and the state of Hawaii. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Council of the County of Maui, 1, that it congratulates Vahiva Aloy for winning the 2025 Golden Spikes Award and the 2025 Bobby Bragan National Collegiate Slugger Award, and 2, that certified copies of this resolution be transmitted to Vahiva Aloy, his parents Jamie and Napua Aloy, his brother Kuhio Aloy, Hunter Urachek, Vice Chancellor and Director of Athletics, University of Arkansas, Paul Seiler, Executive Director, CEO, USA Baseball, Tracy Taylor, Executive Director, Bobby Bragan Collegiate Slugger Award, the Honorable Josh Green, MD, Governor, State of Hawaii, Keone Wilhelm, Principal, H.P. Baldwin High School, and the Honorable Richard T. Bisson Jr., Mayor, County of Maui.
Member Hodgins, discussion.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, clerks. Before we begin, I'm going to thank Garen Ora and my staff, Kainoa and Susan, for working with the Aloi Ohana to make this possible. I don't know Vehiva personally, but people I think highly of think very highly of him, which is why we're here today. If I could give you a couple quotes from Garen Ora, who suggested we do this today. He said, "He is such a class act of a human being, extremely humble and kind, hardworking young man who will inspire a generation of young Maui baseball players to follow in his footsteps." He continued with, "His character is even more impressive than his baseball accomplishments, and his family is so awesome, and that's why he ended up the way he did." So, from earning the Golden Spikes Award and the Bobby Bragan National Collegiate Slugger Award, which is a whole mouthful, to becoming one of the nation's top collegiate players, Vehiva has set an extraordinary standard of excellence. Beyond awards, he represents the hard work, humility, and pride of where he comes from. We thank Vehiva and his family for being a positive role model to the keiki of Maui and Hawaii, and for showing them what is possible through dedication and perseverance. As he begins his professional journey in baseball, let's celebrate all that he's accomplished and look forward to what's ahead. We will all be cheering for you and your little brother, and we're so excited to see you flourish in this role of yours. Thank you so much for being with us, and thank you, Chair, and thank you everyone for supporting this resolution.
Thank you. Do we have any more discussion? Vice Chair Sugimura.
Thank you. I too would like to congratulate the family. As you can see from their testimony, it is a whole family endeavor, and the rewards are beaming. I also would like to ask when he comes up, if I could get his autograph. Oh, you do? You have a ball? Okay. We got a request from the mainland if we could have his autograph on a ball. And we don't know where to buy a ball. So I had this paper. You found the ball. Thank you. Anyway, congratulations.
We oversee a $1.6 billion budget, and you couldn't find a baseball.
No sports authority here.
Oh, okay. All right. Any more discussion? I mean, on behalf of our family, who's close to both sides, the couple Lehua and the Aloi family, we want to congratulate Vehiva and everyone who has had a part in your growth and you becoming such an outstanding person. So that would be the Mathias family and then the Lee family. Thank you so much for all you've done, all of you. Anybody else? Vice Chair Sugimura.
Before we vote, I wanted to know if we could add Kimokea Kapua He Lehua, who spoke, to get a certified copy of the resolution. I think his uncle should get one too, or the speakers.
The who?
His uncle.
His uncle.
His uncle.
Mike?
All the speakers.
Oh, all the speakers.
Yeah.
Any objections, members?
No objection.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ms. Clerk, can you add those names on?
Yes, Chair.
Anyone else? If not, all those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Say aye. Aye. 9 ayes, 0 noes, motion carries. Very good. So at this time, could we have Vahia, could you come and say a few words? And then we'd like to take a picture with you, okay? And your whole family.
Aloha, everybody. My name is Vihi Voloi. I just want to thank the Maui County Council for having this resolution and just thank my family being able to do this. I mean, it took a lot of people for me and my brother growing up to kind of create this dream we had of playing college baseball. And I'm just truly blessed and grateful to be able to grow up on this island, Maui, because I don't think it would happen without us being born and raised over here. And just looking back, growing up, just all those times we had, growing up around the house, doing a lot of chores, and yeah, just playing around in the streets takes me back, you know, how this all happened. And yeah, just truly blessed and grateful for this. And yeah, mahalo for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, any final words from anyone? If not, at this time, I'd like the family and friends to come down, take a picture with the council members.
Oh, yeah.
I'll send you a certified copy this evening, so I'll just need your last name.
Great speech.
Oh, my goodness.
Yes, good to see you. Yes, congratulations. Thank you. Please. Is your number still 87? Yes, okay, I'm gonna text you. Bye. Uncle Mike, you're awesome.
I don't know about that.
Bye, Mima. I'm gonna be cheering for you no matter what team. Please don't be a Padre. Just anything but that. I know. Bye, I'll go see you. Good to see you. Oh, I'm gonna text Russell photos from today. So one day when he's a Dodger.
Members ready for the next one? You know, it's amazing how, you know, you grow up and you watch your nieces and nephews have children. You see all these little munchkins running around, and there's some of them turn out to be superstars like you. It's amazing. Ms. Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're moving on to the second ceremonial resolution to testimony on the resolution congratulating the Maui County Healthcare honorees. So if anyone wishes to testify on that resolution, please go ahead and make your way to the podium. And just let us know your name when you get down there.
No problem.
Oh, you can start. Good morning, Wes.
Madam Chair, thank you. I am council members. Wesley Lowe, I'm here first representing the Healthcare Association of Hawaii. I am on the board. of the Healthcare Association of Hawaii. I did want to make one comment to the clerk. I'm actually related to the Alois. My French bulldog is an Alois, so I just wanted to let you know that. Anyway, so I'm here and I'm super proud. And thank you for recognizing a couple really important people here. These two people were picked across the state of Hawaii. And they were voted for by their peers, and one actually is getting a scholarship. And what's really, really good about this thing is that these guys are the new part about healthcare. We have Richard Coloma, who's a community health worker and won the award for public health. And he actually goes out in the communities and helps people transition in care. Some amazing stories. One day you should sit down and talk to him and just see what he does. And we also have Eliza Sanado, who won a scholarship from the Healthcare Association as she's continuing on to her master's in social work, which I think is going to be the future of healthcare as we transition, our whole healthcare delivery system. So first of all, I wanted to say that as the Healthcare Association. Secondly, as the CEO of Halemakua Health Services, go Maui. These guys are across the state, both Halemakua employees, and we're trying to do the best we can for our community, and we'll continue to do that. And thank you, all of you, for recognizing my staff. Thank you.
Thank you, as who used to be a student athlete.
Is there anyone else who would like to testify on this resolution at this time?
One more.
Okay.
Aloha, Madam Chair, and thank you to the Maui County Council. My name is Bethany Geiger, and I work for Halemakua Health Services and Ohana Pacific Health, and I'm just really honored to be here today to celebrate our healthcare heroes. As Wes mentioned, they have been chosen throughout the state to represent public health, and then we're so proud of Eliza as well for her scholarship and going on to get her master's in social work. But I definitely want to point out Richard Coloma, community health worker for Kalele Care Services, which is a care management organization formed under Ohana Pacific Health in Halemakua. And Richard just really honestly demonstrates everything that we love about our islands and about Maui, and that humility and that care for our kupuna and their family members, just going out and really bringing humor and making people feel seen and making people feel like they have that support, which a lot of times is lacking in our fragmented system. And so I really just want to congratulate Richard particularly. He's sitting back there with his manager, Erin Celez, who's also a licensed clinical social worker and amazing. And I'm just so honored to know them and to work with them, and to be able to celebrate all of the work that they do with Kalele and caring for our kupuna and their caregivers across Maui and other islands across Hawaii as well, because it really is, bridging the gaps in care that we face and ensuring that people feel supported throughout their care journey, wherever that may be. And Richard is the embodiment of that aloha. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Any more speakers?
Anyone else wishing to testify on this resolution? I see one more making their.
If not,
I think one more person.
were the students here for this? We could have, sorry, we didn't have a chance to recognize you. Remember Batangan?
No, they were just dropping in.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for
They're here-
dropping in.
Yeah, so they're here as part of a field trip to get to know their local government. So they're bouncing between 9th floor, 8th floor, and then working their way through the different departments of our county.
I see. Thank
So
you.
we only had them for a short while.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Go ahead.
No worries. Hi, Madam Chair and County Council. I am Anissa Kasavai, and I'm just speaking on behalf of my mom, Annalisa Kasavai. She won the Professional of Heart Award at the award ceremony that we attended in Oahu, and she has been with Kula Hospital for over 32 years. So she's definitely one of those hardworking people that I've looked up to my entire life. And her dedication and her role in what she does as a nurse up there, as a registered nurse actually, working with special needs patients has been crucial and critical, and we have been honored and blessed to have her in our lives and for her patients as well. Like, she's been working with them since they were like really small, like actually like probably kindergarten up until now when they're like 50. So we just wanted to just thank you guys for recognizing her for all her hard work all these years. And yeah, we just wanted to thank you and just thank you so much for everything.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Clerk.
Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this resolution? Chair, no one else is indicating they wish to testify.
Members, any objections to closing public testimony on this resolution and accepting written testimony?
No objections.
So ordered, Ms. Clerk.
Chair, before you is Resolution 26-7, congratulating Maui County Healthcare honorees and scholarship recipients recognized at the 2025 Healthcare Association of Hawaii Awards and Scholarship Gala.
Vice Chair Sugimura.
Thank you, Chair. I move to adopt Resolution 26-7.
Moved by Vice Chair Sugimura, seconded by Member Cook, to adopt Resolution 26-7. Discussion, Vice Chair Sugimura.
Thank you. May I request that the clerk read the resolution in its entirety?
Ms. Clark.
Thank you. Resolution 26-7, congratulating Maui County Healthcare honorees and scholarship recipients recognized at the 2025 Healthcare Association of Hawaii Awards and Scholarship Gala. Whereas the Healthcare Association of Hawaii, established in 1939, supports healthcare providers by advancing quality and cost-effective care, workforce development, and education across the healthcare system. And whereas qualified healthcare professionals provide a critical service to our community, while the healthcare industry offers diverse employment opportunities for the local workforce. And whereas the Healthcare Association of Hawaii held its annual Awards and Scholarship Gala on October 25th, 2025 at the Sheraton Waikiki Hotel. Whereas the Healthcare Association of Hawaii's annual gala is part of its annual Healthcare Heroes celebration, highlighting individuals whose behind-the-scenes efforts made a meaningful impact on Hawaii's healthcare community. And whereas Annalisa Kasabai, a registered nurse at Kula Hospital, received the Professional with Heart Healthcare Hero Award for exceptional dedication to compassionate, high-quality care. And whereas Kasabai has spent the majority of her 32 years caring for individuals in the hospital's intermediate care facility for individuals with intellectual disabilities. And whereas Cindy Garcia, lead intake coordinator at Hospice Maui, Inc., received the Distinguished Award for Non-Critical Support Staff in recognition of dedication, innovation, and service. And whereas throughout Garcia's 25 years with Hospice Maui, Inc., Garcia has provided a calm, reassuring voice as the first point of contact for many patients and families facing serious illness. And whereas Richard Lester Koloma of Kalele Care Services, in partnership with Halemakua Health Services, received the Peer Award in Public Health in recognition of tireless advocacy for patients. And whereas for 3 years, Koloma has helped patients transition safely from Halemakua Health Services back to their homes. And whereas Maria Eliza Sanado, Social Services Assistant with Halemakua Health Services, was awarded a scholarship to pursue a Master of Social Work degree. And whereas Kiara Bell of Ohana Care Maui and Mary Jane Baldivieso of Maui Memorial Medical Center were also awarded scholarships. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Council of the County of Maui. 1, that the Council congratulates all Maui County honorees and scholarship recipients recognized at the 2025 Healthcare Association of Hawaii Awards and Scholarship Gala. And 2, that certified copies of this resolution be transmitted to Annalisa Kasabai, Cindy Garcia, Richard Lester Koloma, Maria Eliza Sanado, Kiara Bell, Mary Jane Baldivieso, Nicola Pulielna, MD, Chair 2025 Maui County Healthcare Stakeholder Summit, Lynn Fulton, Maui Health System Chief Executive Officer, Wes Lowe, Halemakua Health Services Chief Executive Officer, Melanie Dwyer, Hospice Maui Inc., Chief Executive Officer, Jessica Galvez, Ohana Care Maui Chief Executive Officer, the Honorable Josh Green, MD, Governor, State of Hawaii, and the Honorable Richard T. Bisson, Jr., Mayor, County of Maui.
Discussion, Vice Chair Sugimura.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for bringing up this resolution, and I will tell you that the reason what inspired me to do this by attending Nicole Apolliona's Maui Healthcare Stakeholder Summit that was held at the MAC, and I realized how important getting like minds together in the healthcare industry to talk about and solve problems. And then this award announcement came soon thereafter, and I thought, you know what, we should recognize these people from Maui County who won statewide recognition. So thank you for allowing me to do this resolution today. Besides Halemakua, I'm glad that we have Kula Hospital, as well as Kalele Care Services, and Ohana Care Maui, Hospice Maui, and Maui Memorial Medical Center were some of the organizations that were part of these recognition for these awards. So thank you very much, members. I hope you support this resolution.
Any more discussion? Member Cook.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to say congratulations and issue my gratitude to these awardees, to the people who are being acknowledged. And I personally, in the last couple of years, well, several years, my kid's grandma, Violet Figueroa, was a Halemakua for several years. And the aloha and the care that the healthcare professionals provide is overwhelming, very emotional. My mother-in-law was served by Hospice Maui for a year, and the passing there, and they were just a flock of angels. So I have so much respect, gratitude, and aloha for all of these people in the healthcare industry. And they're the foundation, not real flashy, and we count on them every day. And I just want to tell them congratulations and thank you.
Thank you. Any more discussion? If not, all those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Say aye.
Aye.
9 ayes, 0 noes. Motion carries. Ms. Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Would you like to invite the honorees
Yes.
to come up to take pictures?
And say a few words?
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Please come up. Your supporters are also welcome, your family members. Wes.
Thank you. So our staff already gave them the leis for the honorees, so they can come up.
Would you like to say a few words?
Good morning, everyone. I'm Eliza. First of all, I just want to say thank you for having me here. It's an honor to be here with all of you. And I also want to thank the HHERF, the Healthcare Association of Maui, for the scholarship. And it brings me a step closer to my vision, which is seeing Maui County, or just an environment where everyone can live and thrive, especially those at-risk populations. And one step closer to achieving my MSW degree at UH Manawa. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Annalisa Kasabai. I work for Kula Hospital for the last it'll be 33 years this year. So I'd like to thank everyone, my family, my friends, from my mom who's pushed me to become a nurse as well, because I wasn't sure of becoming a nurse, but it sure helped to have good friends, the community support to get me there. And I thank everyone who's been part of this journey, for all of Kula Hospital who've helped, and my family and friends who've made me the person I am today.
Maui Health, who continues to be part of this journey to where I am. I'm not fully retired yet, but I'm not there. But I know everybody thinks I'm retired, but I can't be because of my years of service are there, but not my age. But there's yet more to do in healthcare. So I thank everybody for this opportunity and for the recognition. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kiara. I work with Ohana Care Maui. I graduated in 2024, and then I started working with Ohana Care Maui right after. I would like to thank Jessica, my boss, and my mom. I wouldn't be here where I am without them. Ohana Care is a really good company. They took me in from right after high school, and they really trained me to be where I am and to be the CNA that I am today. And I wanted to thank the Healthcare Association for giving me this scholarship. I attend University of Hawaii Maui College, and this will help me with my dream of becoming a registered nurse. So thank you.
Thank you.
Aloha, folks. My name is Richard Lester Coloma from here, born and raised Maui. Didn't realize that I was gonna say a speech, but so I work for Kalele Care Services for OPH Halimakua. So I didn't realize in healthcare, I'll be honest with you, it's very difficult. Burnt out is real. Resources is kind of low. And I get to help seniors, which is our kapuna, get to help them out because, you know, when you go to your doctor's office, they ask you questions and then for some reason, you don't get the answers. They don't say it truthfully. And I get to go to patients' homes and then I realize that they need services, they need transportation, they need food, they need housing, because I'm not there to grill them and what's going on. I'm just there to help them out. I get the opportunity for help our kapuna for get to see them at the hospital, their journey to Halimakua, and get them to their home. It's kind of like preventive maintenance, prevent them from going back to the hospital, prevent them from going back Halimakua. So for me, when I was young, a kapuna once says, when they used to come to our classroom, our kapuna has a wealth of knowledge of books. They're last known to know everything. They built the foundation for us so we could fly. I am that kid that grew up, that basically want to help out our kapunas, not realizing that everybody in here will be a kapuna, is a kapuna, and I hope there's more people kind of like you guys, like myself, that take the opportunity for help them out because, man, like, they don't want to be a burden, and they say it, but they need the resources, and we need to convey in a way where we can get that, so you guys can feel comfortable for get the resources that is needed. Yeah, and that's what I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, could everybody come up to the center and take a photo with us, please?
Yeah, thank you.
Members, we're going to take a 5-minute break, so please return at 10:07. Thank you. Meeting in recess. Will the council meeting of January 23rd, 2026 please resume? Ms. Clerk?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just for the record, we've closed public testimony on the ceremonial resolution, so we're moving on to testimony on any of the remaining items on today's agenda. The first testifier is Leslie Milner, testifying on bills 19 and 20. She'll be followed by Joey Medeiros.
Aloha, Chair. Aloha, Council members. Yes, I'm here to testify on Bills 19 and 20. These are both budget amendments to recognize new grant funding. So I would just like to take a second to commend our departments for going out and getting these funds throughout the year. They've been doing a really great job. So Bill 19 is amending Appendix A, Part 1, the Department of OEV Resources, to add $2 million from the U.S. National Park Service Historic Preservation Fund. These funds will be used to support restoration planning and early implementation activities for the Lahaina Royal Complex. And the second bill is Bill 20.
Okay, wait, any questions, members? Any clarifying questions on the first item? Well, were these funds anticipated in the budget?
Thank you, Chair. No, they did not know they were going to be getting these funds when the budget was done.
Oh, okay, so they have a spare 2 million then, okay. Next item.
Thank you, Chair.
I'm sorry, somebody had a hand up? Vice Chair?
I just wanted her to clarify that she wants us to pass this on the floor today.
Is there a time-sensitive issue here?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, if we could get these passed on the floor today, it would allow execution of these agreements and access to the funds sooner rather than later.
Thank you.
Member Paulton?
I had a question. Was this like they applied for it and it was competitive, or?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councilmember Paulton. Yes, they submitted an application for, and I believe it was a competitive process, and their project was selected for these funds.
Wow, is there gonna be a press release about it? Because that's something to brag about.
Yeah, I'll talk to the comms team about it, and they can work with the department.
Any more questions on this item? Okay, the next one.
Thank you, Chair. Bill 20 is also amending Appendix A, Part 1. This one is for the Department of Management. These are U.S. Environmental Protection Agency funds for sewer overflow and stormwater. It's a municipal grant. It's for infrastructure development to reduce land-based water pollution in nearshore waters. And this is under the Department of Management rather than DEM because management will be doing the work for this specific project. Thank you, Chair.
So whose budget was it originally in, proposed?
Thank you, Chair. These are new funds that we're receiving from the EPA.
Okay, unanticipated. Member Paulton?
Just same question. Were these applied for and competitive?
Thank you, Chair. I believe this will be a subaward from the Department of Health, but they worked with them on the application in order to get selected for these EPA funds.
The State Department of Health
Yes.
subaward from the federal went to the state, and then we got subawarded the federal money.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions? All right, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, council members.
Chair, the next testifier is Joey Medeiros, testifying on Bill 161, and he will be followed by Alan Lloyd.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
My name is Joey Medeiros. I'm a local pool and water feature builder here on Maui. And I'd like to testify on the pool ban, just based on the basic data of water losses of a pool. According to the head of the Department of Water Supply, he says that the average pool in Lahaina loses about 56 gallons a day of water, or uses for evaporative losses. I agree with that. In my experience of finding leaks and testing pools and doing repairs and building, the average pool that we build maybe about 15 by 30, an acceptable water loss to evaporation on a really hot day is about 1/4 of an inch, which equates to about 70 gallons. So 15 by 30 is a pretty good sized pool. So 70 gallons a day of water for evaporative losses. Now, if you take that same footprint of 15 by 30 and you plant grass, well, in order to plant grass, that requires a 1-inch irrigation valve at a rate of about 15 gallons a minute, and you can Google that. Typical water sprinkler system, you'd have about 8 heads with, if you use low volume nozzles, that's 2 gallons a minute, which would be about 16 gallons total a minute. So for simple math, let's call it valve running wide open, 15 gallons a minute, times however long you water your grass, it's usually about 15 minutes. That comes to 225 gallons to water per day. So you're looking at 225 gallons versus 70 gallons for the same footprint. Now, most pools aren't surrounded by grass. They're surrounded by concrete, which means you're eliminating even more grass. So to say that you're going to ban pools to save water, grass uses double to triple the amount of water that a pool does to replace the evaporative water. So in our profession, it looks like if you want to save water, you build a pool and you keep your losses that you can monitor down at, 56 to 70, like what we calculated. That's about all I have.
Members, any questions, clarifying questions? I did have a question myself. After you, Mr. Cook.
Thank you, sir. How often do you change the water in a pool once it's filled up?
Typically, we don't change it at all. Some people do it every 10, 12 years if you have to, but if you're maintaining your water properly, you don't ever swap out the water. It's the same water, it's refiltered, and you're just replacing evaporative losses. One thing I did want to mention is there's a talk about, okay, what about the initial fill up? Okay, how many thousands of gallons? You're taking plenty of water. I'm all for saving water. I mean, I'm a local boy. I grew up here. Water is precious to what we do. So I don't want to waste water. So that's why I took the liberty of running these numbers. Now, let's say you want to have a pool. Okay, you can have a pool, but you can only use the water that you've already been using, your sprinkler. You take your sprinkler valve, okay? That's going to be your fill up, and you don't get any more water than that. Okay, so chop off your sprinklers, you take that pipe, you drop it in the pool, and you run your 225 gallons for the day. So how long would that take? Well, a pool 15 by 30, but from 4 to 5 feet deep, that's 15,000 gallons. Do the math. That sprinkler valve running every single day would take 66 days to fill up the pool. And on day 67, you turn that thing off, it's not running its regular amount, it's only running just to top off the evaporation. So after 66 days, you're now saving water instead of using extra water.
Thank you for really calculating it and filling this in. Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
I just had a question on the efficiency of a pool cover. What does that do?
Actually, you can stop a lot of evaporative losses with a pool cover. It actually helps to heat the water when you do want it heated, and it stops a lot of the evaporation. So I build pools, and I would say, if anything, require pool covers, don't build it, because if you don't build a pool, the people who can afford pools are going to put grass.
Okay. Anybody else? Member Paulton.
I just wanted to clarify, do you know how much a pool with the cement around it recharges the aquifer?
No, I don't.
Okay, thank you.
No more questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chair, the next testifier is Alan Lloyd, who will be testifying on Bill 168, and he will be followed by Rick Collins.
Good morning, Aloha Council. Thank you for that magnificent recognition of the achievements of Maui residents. I was moved myself by that, and so I appreciate this body doing that. I'm here to testify on Bill 168. My name is Alan Lloyd. I'm a resident of Wailuku.
Oh, sorry. I don't know the answer to that.
I'm speaking for myself and the Maui Tenants and Workers Association and the Maui Democratic Socialists. Something needs to be done about high rents in Maui. I've handed out previous data about how high the rents are. For example, between July and November 2025, rents in central Maui went up from a mean of $1,800 to a mean of $2,652. That's for one bedrooms. So here are my concerns about Bill 168. And again, thank you for improving Bill 168 from its original version to its new version. So one of the things I noticed is that local homeowners that rent to our Maui residents get the same exemption, that $400,000 exemption, as those owners that live out of state. Now, I know this body wants to stimulate local home ownership, so if a local person can't afford to buy a house here and has an ohana attached, they could rent it. So I think they deserve a higher exemption than someone who's living out of state. At the minimum, the property owner who lives on the property should be offered a total exemption, not just $400,000. And realistically, $400,000 exemption is not enough to incentivize landlords to participate in this program because they can make more money without using the exemption. Quick example, owner occupied, takes the affordable long-term rental exemption. Their home is valued at $1 million minus the $400,000 exemption. The owner saves $660 a year. If the owner doesn't take the exemption, they rent out their one-bedroom ohana. The advertised market price right now for a one-bedroom is $3,133 a month times 12 months. They make over $37,000 a year in rents. So they make more, $37,000 versus only $660 a year. Second, the property tax exemption is voluntary for landlords and needs to be required. They must be required to participate or not enough will because they can make $33,000 versus $660 in savings. And lastly, Councilmember Kama had a similar proposed legislation. And in that legislation, there's two things that I got about 10 more seconds.
Okay, that's fine.
Two things that's not included in this bill. One is certification from the Director of Housing that the rent the landlord is charging meets the bill's requirements. That's not in this bill. Second, that there be a deadline when landlords can state the rent amount to get the exemption, which is not in this bill. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Questions? If not, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chair, the next testifier is Rick Collins, testifying on Bill 17. He'll be followed by Mark Clemente.
Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the Council. My name is Rick Collins. I serve as the Director for the Maui Coalition for Drug-Free Youth, which is a program under the Hawaii Public Health Institute. Our mission is to prevent and reduce youth substance use and the harms associated with that. We're testifying today to respectfully request that the Council, I'm testifying on Bill 17. And what we'd like to do is request that the Council not repeal the social host ordinance, but instead move Bill 17 to the Disaster Recovery, International Affairs, and Planning Committee so that the legal and implementation concerns that have surfaced around this ordinance can be fully addressed. The Maui Coalition for Drug-Free Youth is currently working directly with Chief Pelletier on several legal and practical issues he has identified with the ordinance. We appreciate the Chief's thoughtful review and collaboration, and we are hopeful that these concerns can be resolved through committee-level discussion and refinement of the bill. I met in person with the Chief yesterday. We left the meeting with a shared goal that was clear for both of us. We support the intent of the social host ordinance, which is to prevent and reduce the harms of underage drinking, particularly in the highest risk setting we know of, which is unsupervised house parties. These gatherings are strongly associated with alcohol poisoning, impaired driving, narcotic and other drug consumption, violence, sexual assault, and long-term alcohol-related harm among our young people. We also want to acknowledge and thank the Council and the Maui Police Department for their efforts to make this ordinance more enforceable. Local level tools such as this ordinance have the potential to be more preventative than the state law because they are easier to enforce, they have clearer accountability for adults, and provide stronger deterrence, which reduces the likelihood of underage drinking happening in the first place. Our coalition looks forward to continuing to work with Chief Pelletier and the Council to strengthen this ordinance so it can meet its intended purpose while addressing legal and enforcement concerns. We remain hopeful that a workable solution can be developed that can preserve the ordinance and improve its effectiveness as a prevention tool. Mahalo for allowing me the opportunity to provide testimony, and I'm here for any questions.
Members, questions? Member Paulton.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Collins, for your testimony. I do remember what a heavy lift it was for you guys to pass it. I just was wondering, after it passed, did you folks follow up or see it implemented or have any effect?
So we met with the chief at least on one occasion, and we knew that the chief had some concerns. The police commission at the time had some concerns as well that weren't being addressed. I do not believe the chief has wanted to implement it thus far, but we're hopeful that we can actually work on it together.
So between all that time, did you come up with a solution, or you're just starting
We did not, and then one of the things that got in the way were the fires, and we just felt like it was not as relevant as some other things that the chief was dealing with, so we essentially tabled it for the time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Vice Chair Sugimura.
Thank you. Thank you, Rick, for being here.
Mm-hmm.
So when I read this, I thought, okay, we're doing some cleanup here. What is the impact of the state? Because that's what's guiding this, right? The state law, which is already there, and the question of, do we need this county ordinance, or does the state preempt what we're trying to do? I think that was the big question.
Are you asking me to try to answer that? Councilmember, okay, sure, thank you for the question. So the intent of this law is to essentially make it easy for law enforcement when they show up where underage drinking is occurring. The current state law on the books is a criminal offense, which has to prove a level of knowledge and recklessness. And that's harder for law enforcement to prove, and it takes more of their time. And so this was set up as a civil infraction, so it doesn't criminalize the behavior per se. It gives them an additional tool. If they show up, they clearly see that underage drinking is occurring. They can hold the host accountable. That host then is cited within 30 days. They have 30 days essentially to either pay it or appeal it. And so it had more of a deterrent effect than what the state law would have.
Thank you. Any more questions? If not, thank you very much. Ms. Clerk?
Chair, the next testifier is Mark Clemente, and please let us know which item or items he'll be testifying on. He'll be followed by the Reverend Dennis Barger. Mark Clemente.
Hello, Chair, Vice Chair.
Hi.
Mark Clemente, Bill 15.
Good morning.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good morning. Sorry, I'm leaving my camera off because I'm having bandwidth issues with my internet here today. But I'm testifying on Bill 15 on behalf of the Hawaii Regional Council of Carpenters, where we have about 600 members in Maui Nui. You know, Lahaina families who lost their homes deserve to return to housing that is safe, durable, and fully protected under the law. And we do support the use of factory-built and modular housing as part of that wildfire recovery, especially when it can help residents rebuild more quickly. But the concern is that speed must not come at the expense of consumer protection. And so from a homeowner's perspective and from the perspective of several of our members who have been affected by the wildfire, there are several critical safeguards that we feel must be in place. The first thing is clear inspection authority, and that homeowners need assurance that county building officials retain full authority to inspect factory-built components, require corrections, and approve final occupancy based on Lahaina's unique fire, wind, and environmental conditions. The second thing is clear liability. So if a defect arises in one of these units, whether it's structural, electrical, plumbing, fire-related, homeowners must know exactly who is responsible and how to enforce their rights. So that responsibility can't be fragmented. You know, manufacturers are responsible for this, installers are responsible for that, certifiers. You know, this really leaves families without a clear recourse for if something's wrong with the product. Third is equal safety standards. So factory-built homes should meet the same life safety and building code requirements as site-built homes. I think consumers should not receive a different or lesser level of protection simply because their home was built off-site. And the fourth thing is warranties and long-term protection. So wildfire survivors who have these types of homes must have enforceable warranties, access to repairs, and protections that remain in place, even if the factory or the manufacturer or supplier leaves the market. So those are questions that hang in the air. And so for families rebuilding after the tragedy, you know, a home is often their largest investment and their only source of stability. And we feel that the county has a responsibility to ensure that recovery housing strengthens and not weakens consumer protections. And with these clear safeguards, factory-built housing can be part of that responsible recovery for Lahaina. And without them, the risk is shifted onto the very people we're trying to help. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Questions, members? If not, thank you very much. Next testifier.
Chair, the next testifier is Reverend Dennis Barger, testifying on Bill 17, to be followed by Lori Tanner.
Aloha and greetings to council members and chairperson and staff. My name is Dennis Barger. I am a retired Presbyterian minister and served churches in California, Oregon, and Michigan, as well as Maui. I've been a 13-year resident of Kihei, and most of that time I spent working with the Maui Coalition for Drug-Free Youth. And even my former career, I spent working half my time with youth and the other half with adults, trying to help them make good decisions about the future and about their own behavior. In addition to obtaining ministerial degrees, I also obtained a master's in public health and worked for about 6 years for the Public Health Department in Mono County, California. I served them as a certified prevention specialist. So when I came here to Maui, it was a sort of a natural thing to possibly get on the health department staff, but that didn't work out because there was a hiring freeze. But I did volunteer work with the coalition. I'm here to testify before you for one reason and one reason only. I care about people. I try to live the golden rule, so to speak, and love others as much as I love myself. In other words, take care of others as much as I want to take care of myself. I'm deeply committed to reducing the harms to young people as they grow and try to become adults and make all the mistakes that youth do as they try and as they learn how to be adults. So I want to tell you about an incident that happened when I was a teenager in high school. I was part of the drama club, and we did play productions. And after one of those productions, actually it was the first production that I was in, There was a cast party, and it was on a Sunday night, and I was disturbed by the activities, some of the activities I saw there. I was, at that time, I think around 17 going on 18, and there was food and dancing and music, and there were beverages that were alcoholic and some non-alcoholic beverages, but no adults were present at all to supervise what was going on. This was a high school party. I observed a young lady, a young woman, a girl, who was hanging on our football quarterback because she was not able to stand very ably. And eventually he took her in plain view of everybody into the bedroom and closed the door. I was concerned that something might happen.
36.
All done?
Can you conclude in the next few seconds?
Sure. Well, he ended up taking advantage of her, and they broke up very, pronounced in the class as it tried to continue. Well, I think you should not pass the ordinance to repeal because it holds people accountable who provide alcohol for teenagers or those who allow it to be consumed on their premises or should have known that it is being provided. It's a stair-step approach, and we need this ordinance in order to give an opportunity for the police to not criminalize the behavior, but at least enforce it and let people know that it's not allowed or not possible to serve alcohol to young adults.
Thank you. Members, do you have any questions, Member Paulton?
I just wanted to clarify what you said about police not criminalizing the behavior. It's my understanding that police deal with criminal matters and lawyers deal with civil matters. Can you clarify?
I think Rick Collins could probably be better at responding to that question, but to my understanding, the police would be involved in both cases, the civil infractions as well as the criminal, what I call the criminal, which would be, misdemeanor or felony convictions or arrests. So the police would be involved in all of those enforcement activities.
Okay, that wasn't what was explained to me, but thank you.
Any more questions? If not, thank you very much. Next.
Chair,
Mahalo.
thank you. Chair, the next testifier is Lori Tanner, testifying on Bill 17, who will be followed by Autumn Ness.
Aloha, Council. So good to see you again. I am a child advocate, have been former Hawaii public school teacher, California teacher, published author as celebrated on the Oprah Winfrey Show, one of our part-time residents, and Whoopi Goldberg gave a blurb as my advocacy book because I know all about alcohol, drugs, and babies. And along with alcohol and other drug use, which is the medical term, there is sexual irresponsibility. So as public servants, we all get to choose. Are we going to do the nurture with supporting, enforcing what's right and good for children? Or are we going to leave it to nature or who you happen to have as a guardian or as adults do what's easy, short-term, convenient for us? I feel a moral obligation to keiki, all keiki. Our professional duty also, many people are paid. We have this zero tolerance here in Hawaii for drunk driving for anyone, but especially for minors. And I take my leadership, community citizenship very seriously for the stability that Shane had mentioned earlier. Seriously addressing underage drinking by maintaining the social host ordinance. It shows that homeowners are going to recognize they do have a responsibility to who is on their property, what is happening on their property, and it should not be used for young people's drinking parties. And if they're incidentally, drinking parties aren't real safe for adults either. Our beautiful middle school, high school, college students, also on Lanai and Molokai, tell us house parties are the #1 place underage drinking occurs, along with those destructive consequences: physical fights, sexual assaults, legal problems, alcohol poisoning, drunk driving. And we have these wonderful programs that are working, MEO, the coalition, to ameliorate these problems. But life is hard and getting harder for our youth. This pressure with the alcohol advertising, the need to prove their worth. I'm going to shoot to what I think is the most important thing. We have families, actually, this is what the Alloy family understands and knows, that the biggest fact teens don't know is that the majority of young people do not drink here. Hawaii, teens have reported 85%.
Time.
They get their alcohol from home. 75% of teens do not drink at all.
Can you conclude, please?
I can. And families that allow or provide alcohol or other drugs is usually for the adults' needs, and they're not thinking of the needs of their children. And the social host ordinance would allow a simple citation, a $250 to begin with fine that would help families take responsibility, which is PONO, for monitoring what is happening on their property. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Questions? No questions. Thank you. Ms. Clark?
Chair, the next testifier is Autumn Ness. And Ms. Ness, please let us know which item or items you're testifying on, and she will be followed by Pa'ele Kiakona.
Aloha Council, actually Autumn Ness and Carolyn Alveloa with the Lahaina Community Land Trust here. Sorry, we're doing a planting day at Mauka. So I think we've said everything we need to tell you folks. Thanks, Yuki, for having us in your committee was that last week? I think we've said everything we need to say, but we're here for questions if you have any around Bill 4. Mahalo.
Okay, thank you. Members, I'm assuming you don't have any questions right now, maybe later. Okay, next testifier.
Chair, the next testifier is Pa'ele Kiakona, and please let us know which item or items you're testifying on. He'll be followed by Noe'au Patau, who is currently our last testifier.
Aloha, can you guys hear me?
Yes, aloha.
Okay. Yes, aloha, mahalo. I will be testifying on Bill 161. Yes, aloha chair, aloha members of the council. My name is Pa'ele Kiakona, obviously testifying in support of Bill 161 for multiple reasons, but we obviously need to start prioritizing what's truly important, especially in this recovery effort, given that we are still in a stage 2 water shortage in West Maui, and according to the Department of Water Supply, West Maui's water system is exceeding its reliable capacity by over 40%. I believe it's 41.8% to be exact. So the situation is so serious that we've had to halt new meter approvals and even homes to be rebuilt, as we all know that. But we're still considering looking at, allowing swimming pools to still be built. And, just to be clear, given the language of the bill itself, it is something that is temporary so that we can put ourselves in a better position to address issues down the line. But, people have pointed to Water Director Stufflebean's data of, swimming pools use 56 gallons of water or less per day. But this number is 100% being misused to downplay the real impact of swimming pools. So when we break this down, the county uses 300 gallons per day as the standard to approve a new home. So that means one swimming pool consumes nearly 20% of what a home would need daily. Every 5 pools built would basically spell that is one less home that can be built. You build 25 pools, and that's a water we need for 5 homes, right? So that's not small. That's a choice that we're making to prioritize luxury amenities over what is truly important in keeping our people home. And that's just the daily use. Before you can even swim in a pool, you have to fill it. And often, sometimes that equates to about 15,000 to about 30,000 gallons just to get the water, the swimming pool swim ready. So that's basically 2 to 3 months of water to supply a single home. So, you know, in this face of recovery, housing shortages, long-term drought, using tens of thousands of gallons to fill swimming pools and continually fill them, I just see it as wasteful. And again, it is something that is temporary as we address these issues. And I cannot, regardless of if it only loses 50 gallons a day, or 100 gallons, or 300 gallons, every single little bit is going to be that much more important when you look at the situation here in West Maui. You know, so, you know, I 100% support this measure and this effort. And again, pointing to the fact that it is something put in place temporarily so that we can fix the issues that we need to fix. So that concludes my testimony. Mahalo.
Thank you. Any clarifying questions? None. Thank you. Next testifier.
Chair, the next testifier is Noel Patel on Bill 15.
Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, and council members. My name is Noel Patel. I'm here to testify on Bill 15. And before I start sharing some things, I just want to be clear that, you know, I'm all in support for housing, especially for Lahaina. And, but I just have a couple cause for concerns on the longevity of these factory-built homes. And so I fully support housing for Lahaina, but I want to make sure that it's safe for everybody, for the community, not just in Lahaina, but for everybody in general. So I just have a few questions. You know, on factory-built housing, the transportation aspect. Now, I understand that there's no factories here that mass-produce factory-built housing, but is there going to be somebody here in Maui or wherever it lands to also inspect the safety of it, as well as when it gets transported to these individual sites? I agree that this is a good thing to do for a temporary support, but for longevity, I just have, you know, some concerns about it. You know, things that are built in place, it doesn't have the ability to tweak, move, twist while it's being transported. There is a tunnel on the Pali that it would have to fit through to get to Lahaina. So anything that goes to Lahaina will have to be the size of the tunnel or smaller. And then you're talking about traffic things and whatnot when they transport it in the middle of the night, however that looks. But I'm curious to know on what the insurance looks like. I understand that as homes are being rebuilt in that community, it's difficult already. We know that the people were underinsured. It's difficult to get insurance for those homes right now. What does the insurance look like for a factory-built house that's being shipped from wherever it might be being shipped from to Maui County or Hawaii? And then the other thing is when it comes down to warranties, I know I have a little bit of experience, not much, in building, and I know that there are many nailing patterns, there's structural things that need to be in place that's cohesive with Maui County. And so if it's built somewhere else, it might not be as cohesive, but when it comes here, how long is that thing gonna last? And if we're trying to make something for a community, for family, and for generations to come, I think built-in-place housing is good for this generation and the next. I'm not exactly sure if the transportation of factory-built housing is, you know, it has the longevity for this generation and the next.
All right. Questions? Member Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your testimony. I'm just going to clarify some of your concerns that you mentioned. Maybe have you reached out to HPM, who's been doing factory housing for over 40 years on the Big Island, that was providing homes for them for that long? they seem to have figured out the concerns that you have. Have you spoke to them?
Yeah, I've spoke to them a few times, but just my concern is even if they are building it on the Big Island, it still has to be transported here.
Sure.
And there's a couple extra steps and processes that have to be put in place. But I do think that structurally, safety-wise, built-in place is the only way. If you look at the two comparisons between a built-in place and something that travels here from wherever it might be, the built-in place homes are lasting 60 years.
Are you looking at the cost of those homes in comparison with the factory mates?
Yeah, I understand cost is an issue. There's got to be, yeah, I mean, the biggest issue
It's
probably.
probably the issue, right?
Yeah.
So,
And I understand that people do want to get back to their community, to their hometown, and they'll do whatever it takes. But
all right, I understand you clarified my question. Thank you for that. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Member Paulton?
I just wanted to clarify, are you aware that hundreds of these have already been transported to Lahaina with no negative incident?
yes, I am aware of that. But I'm just looking at.
No, that's all I asked.
Okay, yes. Thank you for the question.
And has your house burnt down?
It hasn't.
So you have a place to sleep tonight?
I do.
Thank you.
Members, any more clarifying questions? If not, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chair, the next testifier is James Langford.
Aloha, testifying on 161 and 15.
Okay.
Echoing, and hello to you all. May your hearts be filled with joy and relief from external pressure. So 15 on the housing aspects of the build in place versus the, so there's technology employed such as 3D printed homes using the unlimited actively cement. According to meetings with Councilperson Cook, he informed me that we have 100 years of basalt, which is the key ingredient to cement homes. So it's possible to 3D print. And I submitted 2 years ago, about 2 weeks after the wildfires, a plan, about 800 pages, to the governor and to you guys about this. It's about 20 cents on the dollar to use 3D printed homes, and it wouldn't affect the union guys too much because you're going to find the supply side chain on the wood, it's going to be difficult to acquire. So you could conceivably start with the pre-built homes that are sent over here like you folks have in place. That's very logical to house people. I still haven't gotten my housing yet from the wildfires in a reasonable way. I had to go through some corruption over in Kihei at the Hagai Institute with false legal filing, all terrible stuff. It's funny, it lined up when I was talking trash about you guys on Facebook. It was really cool coincidence. But so the build in place problems are as follows: corruption, cocaine trafficking, money laundering. That's just how the construction industry is known worldwide. So denying that happens here is a felony. So the reason that we can't use a lot of the construction folks is because they're tied to folks that are doing cocaine, whether they're trafficking or not. I don't know. I don't care. But that's the problem with the build in place as far as 15 goes. That's where all the delays come in, like all the catch up from all the time that has been taken from the people with the promise, of like getting the permit. Yeah, because of corruption, it's written in writing. Hawaii is the most corrupt state in the nation. So in order for us,
that's time on your first item.
I'm 15. I'm going to have to. Yes, ma'am. 15, the mobile housing.
That was the 3 minutes on your first item.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you want to go on to the next item?
161, can I do that one?
You can go on to the next item.
Briefly, yes, ma'am, 161, yeah, isn't that the next one?
Yes.
I did 115? Oh, you guys are still clarifying for me. So 161, water. You know, I've been providing a lot of information on atmospheric water solutions that work in favor of development. If you localize it per house or per neighborhood basis, you can generate enough water with solar. University of Berkeley even has a per home solar one, very cost effectively. Filling the pools up with, you know, tens of thousands of gallons offsets the evaporation. Testimony here today on growing grass. And anyway, those guys got in trouble too. I know those guys. So anyway, I really want to invoke HRS 92 and brought to light. So that's what needs to happen for us folks in order to go ahead. As uncomfortable as that is, it's the fact. So like my dear good friend Jack Smith, I have no regrets on the truth that I bring out, and I hope you folks don't avoid prosecution and tell the truth.
Okay, thank you. Members, any clarifying questions?
Yes, I love you.
No questions. Thank you very much. May we have the next testifier, please?
Chair, there is currently no one else signed up to testify at the beginning of the meeting, so we'll go ahead and give last call. I see Paeli Kiakona is raising his hand. Are you testifying on a different item than Bill 161?
Oh, yes. I'll keep it quick, but yes, sorry. One more bill I forgot to mention that I wanted to testify on. Yeah, I just wanted to show my support for Bill 15, testifying on Bill 15. Right now, we are definitely seeing a struggle with a lot of people trying to obviously build their housing without the enough resources and money to do so. And a lot of the reason, which me and my family are dealing with right now, is just a lot of the processes that are required for us to start building. When you look at like SMA areas and all of these new environmental restrictions, especially right now, given that the FEMA housing is about to run out and there's that fear of people not being able to go back to their property. One of the biggest obstacles is all of the processes, but also the cost. So much of the reason people can't even get to that place is because of some of the things imposed on them because of the county. And I'm not pointing blame to that. There's these processes, but if we are not actively trying to transition and help in these areas where we know we can help, then that does fall upon the county. So I see this as a huge opportunity for people to be able to get back to their property and in a way that is affordable quickly and not have this looming threat over your head of being uprooted from your FEMA housing. And this helps to alleviate some of those pressures and some of those obstacles that these families are facing. So that's it for me. Mahalo.
Thank you. Any clarifying questions? If not, thank you very much. Next testifier.
Chair, we currently have no one else signed up to testify, so we'll give last call for testimony at the beginning of the meeting. Chair, seeing no one indicating they wish to testify, I'll count down 3, 2, 1. No one else has indicated they wish to testify at the beginning of the meeting.
Members, any objections to closing public testimony at the beginning of the meeting and accepting written testimony? So ordered, Ms. Clerk.
Chair, we're moving on to resolutions. We currently have no one signed to testify on resolutions, so this will be last call for anyone who would like to testify on any of the resolutions. And the countdown is 3, 2, One, Chair, there's no one indicating a desire to testify.
Members, any objections to closing public testimony on resolutions and accepting written testimony? So ordered, Ms. Clerk.
Chair, before you is Resolution 26-8, updating the voter member roster for the Special Committee on Real Property Tax Reform.
Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. I move to adopt Resolution 26-8.
Moved by Member Rollins Fernandez, seconded by Member Senensi, to adopt Resolution 26-8. And this, of course, is to add our new member, Mr. Batangan, to the Real Property Tax Committee. Any discussion? Okay. Member Rollins Fernandez.
Okay. Mahalo, Chair. Resolution 26-8 updates the voting member roster for the Special Committee on Real Property Tax Reform. It replaces late Councilmember Tasha Kama with Councilmember Kawanoi Batangan as a voting member. All other provisions remain in effect, and the committee term remains extended through March 27, 2026. I look forward to having you join in the fun, Member Batangan. Mahalo, Chair.
Any more discussion? If not, all those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand, say aye. Okay, 9 ayes, 0 noes, motion carries. Ms. Clerk.
Chair, before you is Resolution 26-9, approving a time extension for the Maui Planning Commission to transmit its findings and recommendations for the South Maui Community Plan update to the Council under subsection 2.80B.090C Maui County Code.
Member Paulton.
Thank you, Chair. I move to adopt Resolution 26-9.
Moved by Member Paulton, seconded by Member Cook to adopt Resolution 26-9. Discussion, Member Paulton.
Thank you, Chair. I have read the testimony in opposition, but I don't think the individual understands. The council adopted Reso 24-184 to extend the Maui Planning Commission's deadline to submit the South Maui Community Plan by May 14th, 2025. The commission finished its review in March, but in discussing the South Maui Community Plan with the administration, the plan was not yet ready for the council's review. On December 18th, 2025, Council Chair returned the Planning Director's transmittal with a proposal to approve the South Maui Community Plan update for further review. This extension follows Corp Council's recommendation, and the time extension is until June 30th, 2026, but the Commission can always transmit their findings and recommendations on the South Maui Community Plan update earlier if they finish earlier. I respectfully ask for the members' support of my motion. Thank you.
Any more discussion? Member Cook.
Thank you, Chair. I support this, and also I'd like the community to understand that it's the process, and we're listening to Corp Council and the Planning Department, and we will do this as expeditiously as possible. Thank you.
Member Hodgins.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be supporting this today, but I do have a question. So in kind of planning for this year, at the end of last, we were thinking we were going to have it this month. And so, Member Paulton, do you know if it extends until June? Are we going to take it up later this year? We're going to still do your month-long plan where we plan to all of us give up our committees and we hammer this out?
I would love to do that, and that's kind of why we selected June, because we figure end of March, April, mid-May is budget. And then we're hosting the WEIR the 5th through the 8th.
Yeah.
And I didn't want to jump right into a month of that, so that's why June was selected. If it does get transmitted to us earlier than that, it'll give our staff a good time
to review.
Time to review, so that when we take it up, we can rely on them a little bit more heavier, maybe, because we can be like, what page or whatever. So that's the plan. So hoping possibly June, July, I'll have to work it out amongst everyone when they have time that they could give to us for our budget type version of CPAC.
Okay, thank you. Just trying to mentally prepare for that time. Thanks.
Any more questions or comments? If not, all those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand, say aye. 9 ayes, 0 noes, motion carries. Ms. Clerk?
Chair, before you is Resolution 2610, appointing Faith Chase to the Police Commission.
Member Sinensi.
Thank you, Chair. I move to adopt Resolution 26-10.
Second.
Moved by Member Sinensi, seconded by Member Rollins Fernandez to adopt resolution, I turned the page already.
2610.
2610. Discussion, Member Sinensi.
Mahalo, Chair. The council's deadline to approve or disapprove the individual from the independent nomination board's list is January 29, 2026. And if adopted, Resolution 26-10 would appoint Faith Chase to the Police Commission for a term expiring March 31st, 2028. We received Ms. Chase's name from the IMB, and she is the last name to choose from the list for the council's consideration. As you know, we currently, the Police Commission does not have any East Maui representation. And so having her would help us kind of address some of the issues that we've been experiencing on the highway lately. Faith, everybody knows Faith. She's been very active in our Maui County issues. She's been watching meetings, watching the commission meetings and legislative hearings to stay current during all of our issues, and she has since served on the Commission on Healing Solutions for Homelessness. I believe she is online if members had any questions of her, and I ask the members' full support of my motion. Thank you.
Member Hodgins.
Thank you. Is Miss Chase, she's online? Can she?
Ms. Chase? Hello? Oh, yeah, I see her.
Aloha. Aloha. Thank you for being with us today. Can I ask her about things that are also not only on this one, but the ones that are going to come up? Because she's on 3 of these proposed commissions.
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
Is that okay with everybody? Okay.
Yeah, I had questions too, because I remember at one point the administration only allowed 1, but I don't know if that was like their own choice or that's the policy. So I did have a question for Corp Counsel.
Can we maybe you ask your question first then, if you don't mind? Because I would like, that was going to be part of my questions, but since you brought it up now, you
Member
should ask that
Paulton.
first.
Sorry, a West Maui resident that had sat on the CPAC applied for the Board of Ethics, and they were told that even though CPAC was over, they couldn't apply for Board of Ethics until the West Maui CPAC had passed. So I just wanted to clarify, is that the previous administration's policy, or is that a policy, or is that nothing? They just lied to the guy.
Corp Counsel?
Thank you. I believe that is current policy, but I have Yukari here from GREAT. Maybe she can come down and provide us more subject matter expertise.
Chair.
Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. In the meantime, did you want to designate Ms. Chase for later to be a resource
Members,
person?
would you like to designate Ms. Chase as a resource? Okay, so if you can hang on there, Ms. Chase. We're waiting for comments from Corp Counsel.
Sorry. Thank you, Chair. Sorry, I do need to look at the ordinance if that was a limitation on the ordinance, because I know some boards and commissions, it's limited, like independent nomination board, they can only serve the independent nomination board and not any other board. So I don't know if that was a limitation of that sort, or if it was a policy of they wanted to have someone in one board only. So I do have to look into that, particular the Board of Ethics and the CPAC.
Oh, sorry, I'm not asking about that. The guy doesn't want to do it anymore. I was asking if Ms. Chase can serve on multiple boards, because previously we were told that a West Maui individual couldn't serve on multiple boards at the same time. So that's my question. If legally she can only serve on one board at a time, then we may need to ask her what is her number one desire to serve on. But the legal question I'm asking is, because it happened to a West Maui resident in the past, is it allowed for a member of the public to serve on multiple boards at a time? And yeah, that's the question.
Oh, okay, so I think it depends on the board or commission. Yeah. Like I said, like independent nomination board, it was specific, said they can only serve on that board. So there might be, I have to look into each of the boards and see if there's such a requirement. If not, and if member,
I think in this case, it's the police commission and the HANA advisory committee. So if you could let us know before we vote, that would be great.
I think there's a third one, the East Maui
And the
Water
East Maui
Authority.
Water Authority. So those three, I got no problem supporting her to all three, but I just don't want to, have to come back here and redo things.
okay.
Can you answer that, Corp Counsel?
Well,
Or do you need
I
some
can say,
time?
while we look for whether or not that's legally required, I believe that is our policy, but we'll substantiate that by checking whether or not the charter provides for that.
You mean it's your policy to only let them sit on one board?
It's not my individual policy, no.
The county's
I
policy?
believe it's the county's policy. Yeah.
Chair.
Member Rons Fernandez, then Member Sinensi.
Hello, Chair. Okay, I know this was kind of a long time ago, but in the beginning of the term of this administration's term, we had multiple people serving on at least 2 boards or commissions. So I don't understand how it's the policy now when it wasn't the policy at that time.
We're checking, we don't see anything in the charter that prohibits that. So a policy is just a suggestion. It doesn't mean that you cannot.
Okay.
Then we have Mr. Sinensi, then Mr. Patangan.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Chase did apply for all of these boards and commissions, and so if she has the support for the police commission, then I would move to remove her off the other commissions that she's applied for.
Okay. Mr. Patangan.
Thank you, Chair. I think OCS attorneys might be able to verify this, but it was my understanding that the policy for only serving on one board was limited to the independent nomination board. Since they make recommendations for the other boards, they were the only ones who were conflicted out. But I think OCS attorneys might be able to speak to that as well. So if Corp Counsel is having trouble looking it up, we might be able to ask our other
Ms.
attorneys.
Kawasaki.
Thank you, Chair. That's our understanding. This is only applicable to the IMB. It would be a policy decision as to having somebody serve. Our understanding is that in prior administration, they did have the internal policy of having people only serve on one board or commission at a time. To my understanding, there is no legal prohibition against it, so it would be up to the body.
Okay, so we're going to take each one separately, one by one. Member Rons Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. So I just want to clarify then what I'm understanding, because policy is a bit stronger than like preference. Aside from INB, if that's the administration's preference to have someone serve on only one board at a time, that's understandable. I think that's the council's preference usually as well. But it's not our policy that there's a prohibition, except for the ones that explicitly prohibit it, which is the INB. And I don't know if I heard about the CPAC as well. I'm not sure, and I don't need you to look that up right now, because what we have right now are neither of those, and I'm supportive of all 3. Mahalo, Chair. Oh, I'm sorry, Corp Counsel Takayasi, did you want to? Comment?
No, yeah, I was agreeing with you. I mean, the INB specifically mentions in the charter, that's why. But the rest, I mean, instead of a policy, we can use preference. Yeah.
Perfect, mahalo. I appreciate that. Mahalo, Chair.
Okay, members, getting back to the item at hand, 26-10, appointing Faith Chase to the Police Commission. Any more discussion on that? Member Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. And I know Councilmember Sinensi mentioned that this would be her, if she were to choose, this would be her one that she would choose on. And I support that. I'm wondering if there's this, moving forward, if she could do 2 out of 3, or does she want to do all of 3? And maybe I should wait. I mean, I don't know how we do this to find out on each one. Is that what you want to do, is every time she comes up, then we ask her which, or I just would kind of prefer, like, what's your favorite,
To her.
Yeah.
Members, do you want to ask that question of her? It sounds like her preference is the police commission.
Right.
If that doesn't go, then we move on to the other 2.
Or I'm okay with calling all of the 3 things up at the same time, so we're not limited in our questions to the resource.
Okay. Members, any objections to calling up all 3 at the same time? Okay, Ms. Clerk.
Chair, before you is Resolution 2612, acting on the nominations of Faith Chase, Cheryl Ann Lay, and Bailey June Spry to the HANA Advisory Committee to the Maui Planning Commission under Chapter 2.28 Maui County Code. And Resolution 2613, acting on the nomination of Zach Mathers. Oh, you don't need him, right? Member Snensi?
No. 14.
Oh, sorry. Chair, before you is Resolution 2614, acting on the nominations of Faith Chase, Verilyn Latham, Norman Bush Martin Jr., and Lurlyn Scott to the East Maui Regional Community Board under Section 8-19.2, Revised Charter of the County of Maui, 1983, as amended.
All right, members, do you have questions of the resource person? Member Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Faith Chase, if you're on the call, I'm just curious of which one you'd rank as your top preference, your second preference, and your third preference.
Aloha, Councilmember Johnson. The Police Commission has risen to the top after speaking with some of my local community members and understanding sort of the global positioning of the East Maui Water Authority and the items that they're working on. I know all these individuals. That was at one time my first selection. I have since changed because I understand once you get that sort of breadth of depth of, the work, that it's good to have that continuum. So I'm happy to see those other individuals move forward. As far as the HANA Advisory Committee, I would appreciate being maybe an alternate if that is needed. And I did look at the different days of the meeting times that I could do it. And I've got permission from my employer as well to take the time to serve on this commission. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification. Just for me personally, I'm only going to speak for myself. First off, I think you'd be great on the police commission, but when we have 3 of them on your table, and if, let's say, you get sick, or let's say you go off island, it's hard to spin all the plates. That's why I just wanted to see, if you had a first choice, second choice. But thanks for your clarification, Ms. Chase. Thank you, Chair. I have no further questions.
Member Rollins-Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. Aloha, Ms. Chase. Mahalo for being with us today. So to Member Johnson's question, you said that your employer would let you have off for the police commission. I know for the HANA advisory, I don't even know, I don't know if Member Sinensi knows how many times they met in 2025. I doubt it was more than 5 times. Probably, maybe even once. So that's not a big plate that would be spinning there. And then for the East Maui Water Authority, Ahawaiʻo Maui Hikina, I think that's a once a month meeting, Member Sinensi? Yes. Yeah, okay. So, and then the Police Commission, I believe, is also once a month. So we have, like the Planning Commission that meets twice a month, for example. So we have other commissions. So that would likely be about like twice a month. And maybe one more depending if the Maui Planning Commission ever sends the HANA Advisory Committee anything to review and provide recommendation. So do you think that would be too much for you, Ms. Chase?
I thought about this at length before my interview with the Independent Nominations Board. And I moved home on purpose to dig into my community. You all know how tenacious my testimonies are. And so this is my effort to serve my home community and do the best I can, instead of always rolling up on you after the fact and saying what I feel. I feel like I'm trying to get ahead of it by making a commitment to these boards and commissions. I hope that answers your question.
I think I heard your answer as yes. That this would not be too much for you. Okay, I guess that was attendance, and she's shared like her vision for the board. Is there anything else you'd like to add about your experience with any of these commissions? I know you have a lot of experience with the planning commissions and the East Maui Water and all the water things, and the police commission. So if you'd like to share anything else with us.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Rollins Fernandez. I guess I just want to say that there has been a vacancy for the last 2 years. I know that you all used to see me, with the exception of Councilmember Batagan. In fact, congratulations. I haven't had the pleasure of meeting you yet, but 2 years away from Maui on Oahu, the job I had was helping to build a huge workforce development component at the nonprofit, and it really opened my eyes to the power and the possibilities of, changed peoples, if you will, those who are, had been formerly maybe just as involved. And so I think that lens really helps me in a different way that I wasn't aware of, that I can sort of look through a different cultural lens with this new experience. And so that's something about me that you guys might have been unaware of. And of course, being a commissioner on the Healing Solutions for Homelessness gave me another, perspective and my advocacy for our fellow residents that are having struggling seasons of their lives, or what I often refer to as rough sleepers. I think this is an interesting intersection where I can meet some of those street issues, if you will, in the middle. So I hope that adds a little bit more content. Thank you for the question.
Mahalo, I appreciate the response. And then I'm looking at your application, and it says your residency is Hana. Is that your current residency?
Yes, I got to move home 3 months ago. Thank you.
Awesome. Welcome home. Mahalo, Ms. Chase. I support your to all three boards and commissions. Mahalo, Chair.
Member Hodgins.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ms. Chase, for being with us. What do you think for all three of these boards, answer in whatever order you choose to, what would you bring to each of these commissions, and why do they interest you?
Starting with the Police Commission, just what I had, my reply to Councilmember Rollins, I think does it justice. I have actually been reviewing the past meetings just to catch up and see what I was embarking on. And I actually am very interested and would like that to be on in that space. Not to mention that, the chair is the only wahine, I think, at sea. So that would be a nice balance for the Police Commission. The East Maui Water Authority, I've been going to meetings since 1985, since I was a junior in high school. I was on the first Namoku Punio Ko'olahui sign-up sheet. It has been, sadly, life's work, so I feel like I can contribute in that space. Nonetheless, should I not be appointed to that commission, I am a frequent visitor to the meetings and often share my testimony, so I don't really worry about that. And like I said before, I know a lot of most of the individuals on the East Maui Water Authority. And the HANA Advisory Committee, I've been trying to go to every meeting since I've been home and just listening, doing a listening tour and see the sort of global positioning of my town and my home and what the concerns are. So that as well, I will probably be at every meeting, but I think I can contribute because the time away and actually the time with you all, small towns tend to not know the policies that affect them. And so I think that's another nice bridge, a nice meeting of the middle, having taken everything I've learned from watching you all and listening to my home community and seeing where we can reposition things and strengthen and make sure that there's health and safety. I hope that answers your question.
It did. Thank you very much.
Anybody else?
Chair, I have a clarifying question.
Yes.
Because of the geographic, I guess, restrictions that are for this board, can we ask what town? I mean,
Which license area? Your residence, sorry. If Ms. Chase can tell us what your license area you're in, Nahiku, Keanai, Honolulu, or Huelo?
Oh, I'm in Hana. I'm on the outskirts. The closest one would be Nahiku.
Okay.
Why are you asking that
Chair?
question?
Chair, perhaps we can ask Member Senency, if Member Senency was the one that nominated Ms. Chase to the East Maui Water Authority Board, what seat were you filling for Ms. Chase? What seat did you intend for her to fill?
Regional Community Board, yeah.
Oh, Ms. Chase had applied herself to all of the boards. So her name is just, it wasn't forwarded by the IMB. She was just part of the list to choose from because she applied.
But it makes a difference where exactly she lives.
Oh,
So I'm sorry, the INB vetted this list and then recommended this list to us, and there's a potential that one of the names does not qualify?
I think so.
The INB sent us a name of someone who doesn't qualify for the board that we would be filling.
At this time, I think what the INB does is they'll interview someone
Who
and then they'll
advises
forward.
the INB? I don't understand why we're doing this right now. Like,
Because it
I
has to
mean-
be in a certain license area, right?
Correct, but
Yeah,
I
that's
think what INB has been taken is that even if they may not qualify for a certain license area, if the person, if the person is already vetted by INB, and then when there's a future vacancy for that license area, then that person can be on that list
Right.
again for
It's
that
more
license area.
specific.
But are you saying that HANA does not have a license area? I'm trying to look it up right now.
Well, all of the areas that are listed on the board all fall within the Hana Community Plan area. So everybody is.
I know, but the
But when
East
you
Maui
drafted
Board is
it-
different. The East Maui Water Authority Board is different.
Lease area, remember when we drafted
Oh,
it?
the lease area.
So it's not just,
so
it's not community plan area, it's the water lease area.
Right, so the two that would, that are up for reappointment is Keanai and Huelo. And the other one was Nahiku, but that is the mayor's purview to approve.
Correct, so her name should be taken off, but that should have been gone to the mayor instead.
Yeah. It appears like it should not have been afforded to us.
Because
Just the
Oh,
one name.
it wasn't forwarded from the IMB. It was just that she had her application on there. And that's why her name is included in the resolution.
Well, the point is, somebody made a mistake, and we need to get that cleared up. Corp Counsel, what is your conclusion with regard to this? Does she qualify or not?
The openings that we have, it sounds like the closest license area would be Nahiku, which has already been filled. So I don't believe that she'd meet the qualifications of the license area at this time.
Okay? Questions? Vice Chair Sugimura.
So if we reject the applicant, then how many days and who does the filling of the vacancy?
Hi, so I think we're just only talking about Ms. Chase right now. The other two members who are currently serving in the Keanai and Haiku license area seats did submit their names for reappointment since they can be reappointed for a 5-year term. So this council would consider if they will be going forward if they will be approved for those positions. If not, then for those two seats, the list you'll have to notify the IMB, and IMB will have,
75 days, I believe.
I don't think Member Sugimura was talking about the other two seats there. She was talking specifically about
The
Right.
one last seat is mayor, so it's not,
It's not
council's
available.
purview, so you don't have to
Okay.
worry about that one.
Okay.
Done.
So if we reject, let's say police commission, right? If we reject Faith Chase for police commission,
Oh,
then
sorry, we're talking
what
about
would
police
happen?
Then,
Go ahead.
sorry, Then, the notification that the disapproval the name was disapproved by the council will go back to the mayor. The mayor will then notify IMB since there's no more names, and then an IMB will have 75 days.
Okay, I think, oh, you're looking up how many
60 days, sorry. It's going to be 60 days. Yeah. To submit a new list to the mayor. The mayor will pick from the list and come back to council for approval.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Member Rollins Fernandez.
Sorry, Member Sugimura's question was confusing because we were talking about the East Maui Water Authority and rejecting names, but there's a list of 4 names, and I'm looking at who this resolution was introduced by, and it was Member Sinensi. So my question is, who put forward the 4 names? Who put this list together and sent it to us?
Thank you, Chair. Our staff had received the IMB nomination list from the INB dated 12/31. And so are you specifically asking for the East Maui Water Authority?
Correct. There's a list of 4 folks. And now if one of the applicants does not qualify for the seat that's vacant that we are voting to fill, I'm wondering, I heard Deputy Corp Counsel say that at least one of them qualifies for the license area, and I guess the question is, do the other 2?
Chair.
Yep.
So the list that was forwarded to us had 4 names on it, and so that's why the 4 names are on the resolution. The first one is to the mayor's appointment, not to ours. The second reappointment, second and third reappointments are for us to choose from. And then Ms. Chase's name was added because she had applied, had sent in her application to be part of this, but she didn't come as the nominee from the INB. We just had received an application from her. So that's why we had 4 names on the resolution.
Yeah.
I don't understand this process. I'm trying really hard to understand. So the INB recommended this to Member Sinensi's office?
No. Let's have a clarification from the chair of that committee, Member Uwu Hudgens. Can you explain what
Thank you,
happened?
former chair.
Former chair.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, it was sent from OCS.
Yeah, this is the mass list of vacancies, but even for me to understand, so I don't know if Miss Chase from Hana, if that's her residency, unfortunately falls in front of the license area, but to go to Vera Lynn, Norman Bush, and Lauren Scott, they're already on it, so they're just re-upping the term for 5 years because we allowed that. My question is so for Mr. Martin and Miss Scott, those were council appointees, so we can probably continue to do that. And then for Miss Latham, Farrellin, from Nahiku, a 1 of 2. Right now, she currently fills the mayor's slot.
Yes.
So if we do that, then what? Can we do that?
No, that's the thing. The name was submitted by mistake, so we apologize for the error.
So we cannot then consider Miss Chase and Miss Latham because this is a mayor's appointee. And so we're only allowed to consider Mr. Martin and Miss Scott for continuation to serve on this board for another 5 years for a term ending on 2031.
Well, if Miss Chase falls in one of those...
She does not. She lives in Hana. She lives outside. Unfortunately, I would love to see her on here, but she does live outside of that area.
Okay, so if it's outside the license area, then yeah.
So we can then, for my clarification, we can appoint Mr. Martin and Miss Scott to continue on this. Okay.
Correct.
My next question is, for the HANA Advisory Committee. Currently, the vacant spot is under the mayor's spot for a regular, non-alternate position of the 7. It is a mayor's spot. Thanks, Shane, for letting me take your stuff. So if we put her in an alternate, as she did suggest, considering the current space is vacant, would she be able to participate? How does that work, considering we're not obviously the mayor's
No,
body?
I think this is for the mass nomination. I see 2 seats that are expiring on the HANA advisor on my list.
Is this considered for mass nominations? Because we're not doing any other mass nomination. This is 3, 4 specific ones. Are these considered mass nomination?
Yes, because this is only direct council appointee, so we don't have to go through the, mayor doesn't have to submit the name in that 70 to 60-day period. So this is.
This is the old mass nominations that we missed a few years back.
No, this is the new not mass nomination.
For 2026.
2026. But it's direct council appointment.
So how come we're not doing any other ones then?
Right, because this is only because the IMB has that 90-day to provide a list of appointing authority.
Okay,
And then,
so then we're considering not the vacant position that's currently available for the mayor, but for Ms. Kahana that expires in this year, March 31st, and Ms. Becky Lind that expires March 31st. Okay, so she wouldn't necessarily be considered an alternate.
no, unless she wants to be on, and it's up to the board if you want to move her into the alternate, but yes, those are the 2 that's expiring right now.
Okay.
Okay, members, all of this is very interesting. However, it's getting close to lunchtime. And our OCS staff would like to meet with Corp Counsel to straighten out some of these details going forward. And I would highly recommend the new great chair consider repealing the INB provision. It has been a headache, migraine, and it's just a mess. Every time it's a mess. Okay, members, any objections to, yes, Member Rollins-Fernandez?
Mahalo Chair, since Ms. Chase is with us now, I know we have to straighten out the East Maui Water Authority. What ends up being decided there for the East Maui Water Authority is not contingent upon my support for the Police Commission and the HANA Advisory. And there's been no motion for either of those 2. We only have a motion for the Police Commission. And I'd hate for Ms. Chase to have to stick around because of our internal straightening out that needs to happen. So can I ask my colleagues to ask Ms. Chase whatever they need to for a Police Commission, and we take a vote on that before we go to lunch?
Okay, here come our bosses. Okay, they're the ones that are going to straighten this out. So the thing is, members, do you have any objections to moving forward on the motion on the one item, which is the Police Commission? Okay, and then we'll take a break until what time?
Are we going to take
I don't know
lunch?
if you have flights or whatever.
Oh.
I mean, is like 1 o'clock okay, or what? Okay, 1 o'clock, after we take the vote. All right, Member Senensi.
Thank you, Chair. For my last and final, I don't know if a lot of people heard on the news recently, but we did have some incidents on the Hana Highway. And we've been trying to get additional police presence on the Hana Highway. Unfortunately, because we're a rural community, our small numbers doesn't always constitute another officer. However, we do host 600 to 1,000 visitors a day in East Maui, which we're happy to do, but without the necessary tools, we're going to continue to see these challenges that we recently saw this week on the Hana Highway. And so I'm just asking that we have representation on this commission so that we can help to advocate for more help on the East Maui.
Okay, any more discussion? Any more discussion? Roll call.
Chair proceeding with roll call, Councilmember Shane Snensi. Councilmember Nohelani U'uhajens.
No.
Councilmember Tom Cook.
No.
Councilmember Keani Rollins Fernandez.
Aye.
Councilmember Gabe Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Tamara Paulton,
Aye.
Vice Chair Sugimura, Councilmember Batangan,
No.
and Chair Lee.
No.
Chair, you have 4 ayes, 5 noes, motion fails.
Okay, so we will continue our agenda after lunch at 1 o'clock. Thank you, Ms. Chase, for hanging in there.
Yeah, just to clarify, we're releasing Ms. Chase.
Yes, we're releasing Ms. Chase.
Yeah, we can release Ms.
'Cause
Chase.
we're going to take an hour break. Like, we're going to ask her to stick around. If anyone else has questions, they should ask her now before we take a break.
I think
She's not being paid to stay here, you know?
No, I think the idea is if we're going to consider her for the other ones, we would have to bring it up at
Other one.
we would have to bring it up at another time.
Okay, Chair, may I request that we take that up right now then? Because we need to let her,
Okay.
we should let her
The
go
other
and be
one,
considerate.
but you don't want the clarification on the?
No, it's the HANA advisory.
Just the
Like that-
HANA?
There's no issue with
Okay.
that. It's just the East Maui Water Authority that there's an issue or a question about who it is that we're voting for and who qualifies.
Members, any objections to taking up the vote on the HANA Advisory Committee?
No.
Yes.
Because she's not the only applicant
Yes,
for that one.
exactly.
So we have Ms. Chase, Ms. Lay, and Ms. Spry. Did I say that correctly? Bailey Spry.
And we need just one. Are you saying?
You know what? Maybe we do need clarification. Sorry.
Okay, oh wait, we have
I
our
wanna know
staff
the
from OCS right behind you. Casey,
How many seats are we filling for the
yeah, how
East
many seats are we?
Maui Advisory?
2. 2 alternates.
2 regular seats and 2 alternate seats are open right now for council appointment.
See, I don't know if that vote should be taken now because we have other people to consider. Okay? All right, so we will come back at 1 o'clock, meeting in recess.
Oh.
For the council meeting of January 23rd, 2026, please reconvene. It's 1:30 p.m. Ms. Clerk, let's pick up where we left off.
Thank you, Chair. We have something to just tie up on Resolution 2610, and I believe Corp Counsel will provide some information on that.
Corp Counsel?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Just to clarify, I believe now that there was a motion taken that failed to appoint Ms. Chase to the Police Commission, this resolution will now be filed by someone here.
Okay.
By one of the council members. I'm not sure who is going to be.
Yes, Member Rollins,
The other one with two names. The one that's also
Hudgens.
right and also needs a lot of attention. Just like your cat, we know.
The other drama queen. Okay, we got that covered. Anything else?
Okay, and it's because this resolution is specific to appointing. That was what was the language of the resolution. We believe that you don't need to now affirmatively disapprove this resolution, but you can send a transmittal to the independent nomination board that action was taken and she was not approved for appointment. So.
Oh, wait a minute. Why would we do that? Why don't we just withdraw the motion?
I'm gonna file.
File the
I'm gonna make
motion.
a motion to file Resolution 26-10.
Yeah, we'll file that one too.
And then I think
On the third one.
take care of the transmittal to the IMB to notify them so that their clock of 60 days will start when they receive the letter
Okay.
of the action that was taken.
Yeah, all right. We got that. Anything else that we should cover?
Now for this.
Ms. Clerk,
Yes.
just repeat where we're at.
Sure. So
Please.
we're on Resolution 2610, which was the resolution appointing Faith Chase to the Police Commission. And my understanding is Member Hodgins is going to make a motion to file.
Member
Yes.
Hodgins.
Thank you, Chair. I move to file Resolution 26-10.
Okay. Any discussion?
No.
No discussion. All right. All those in favor of the motion to
Roll call.
file? Roll call.
Discussion.
Discussion, Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. I guess it kind of caught me off guard a little bit because there wasn't any indication that there wasn't going to be support of this appointment, and there wasn't any explanation as to why. And if I was the nominee, that I would appreciate understanding the position of the council members that voted against my appointment for a specific position. I know, Member Johnson asked about whether she had the capacity and time to serve on multiple boards and commissions. And so if he had voted no, then, that was kind of his explanation as to why. But I think when members of the public apply to serve on different boards and commissions, and if we vote no, then I feel like we should explain why. Mahalo, Chair.
I'll be happy to give my opinion. My opinion is that this person has been a frequent testifier over the years, probably 8 years that I've been here, and I have always found her to be very strident in her positions, and sometimes that's good and sometimes it's not. I think when you're a decision maker or a policy maker, you need to be objective, you need to be calm, you need to weigh both sides of an issue. I didn't see that characteristic in her. That's my explanation. Anybody else want to go?
I appreciate that, Chair.
Okay, nobody else. Roll call. Yes, Member Sinansi.
Mahalo, Chair, and mahalo for the support of my nomination. But that said, we'll consider Ms. Chase at the next council meeting for an alternate at the HANA Advisory. Is our plan. Thank you.
Member Cook.
Thank you, Chair. I think that Ms. Chase has, in the human services and a lot of things she's very engaged in, on an advisory committee I'm supportive of. I just felt that the police commission is, it's a different arena. It's just my opinion, okay? No criticism about her, and I know that she wants to serve the community. She has the capacity and the willingness, and I'm welcome for her. And other positions, just not on the police commission. Thank you.
Mahalo, Member Cook.
Anybody else? If not, roll call.
Councilmember Sinensi? Councilmember Hodgins?
Yes.
Councilmember Cook?
Yes.
Councilmember Rollins Fernandez?
No.
Councilmember Johnson?
Yes.
Councilmember Paulton?
Aye.
Vice Chair Sugimura?
No.
Councilmember Batangan?
Aye.
And Chair Lee?
This is to file, right?
Correct.
Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry. I thought we were voting on her. Yes.
Aye,
then
to
change my vote.
file.
Okay. So we have 5 ayes, Chair, and 4 noes. Motion carries to file.
What did you folks eat for lunch?
I know. It was the miso.
The miso, blame the miso. Okay, next
Chair,
item.
we're now on Resolution 2612, which has been called up. I don't know if you want me to restate it, but
Yes,
there's, okay.
yes.
So Resolution 2612, acting on the nominations of Faith Chase, Cheryl Ann Lay, and Bailey June Spry to the HANA Advisory Committee to the Maui Planning Commission under Chapter 2.28 Maui County Code.
Chair.
Member Sinensi, didn't you just ask about this being brought up?
Yeah,
What was that?
we'll continue with this one.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
all right.
We'll try
Member
it again.
Sinensi.
Thank you, Chair. Move to adopt Resolution 26-12.
Second.
Moved by Member Sinensi, seconded by Member Cook to adopt Resolution 26-12. And do we have discussion? Member Sinensi.
Thank you, Chair. I have an amendment to Resolution 26-12. The clerk has already distributed it.
Okay. Yes, Member Johnson.
I'm sorry, before we get too far in the weeds, there's something on my mind. I think, Clerk, was the numbers off on the ayes and nays?
Yes.
I'm sorry to
Yeah,
go.
correct. Under 2610, it was 6 ayes and 3 noes, but the motion carries. Yep. Sorry
just
about
wanted
that.
to correct that. You sure it was 7? I thought,
I have for ayes, I've got Member Hodgins, Member Cook, you, Member Paulton, Member Batangan, and Chair Lee.
all right, thank you.
Wait, what happened to me?
You voted no.
You voted, you voted no.
Oh, that's when I had the miso problem.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's okay.
That's okay.
It's done.
It filed.
Okay. All right. Getting back to the present item. Okay, now we're talking about, you want to make your motion?
Yep. Thank you, Chair. I move to amend Resolution 26-12 by inserting the nominations of Cheryl Ann Lay and Bailey June Spry with term expirations of March 31st, 2031 on Exhibit B for approval, and move Faith Chase to Exhibit C for disapproval.
Second, Member Rollins Fernandez, you have a question?
Yes.
Sure, I can second. I just was asking if there was a main motion to amend.
Yeah, it was just brought up, Resolution 2612.
Yeah, we
Member
don't have a
Cook.
motion to adopt yet.
Second.
Okay, so this is the ASF, the amendment. Everybody got that, right? Okay, explanation, discussion,
Chair.
Member Sinensi.
Yes, Chair. Please refer to my ASF. The council is the appointing authority for 2 upcoming vacancies on the HANA Advisory Committee to the Maui Planning Commission when existing terms expire on March 31st, 2026. The council's deadline to approve or disapprove the independent nomination board's 3 nominations in Resolution 26-12 is January 30th, 2026. So action must be taken at today's meeting. I'm not sure, Chair, if Ms. Spry is on the line. We did not contact Ms. Lay. Should any of the members have any questions for the nominees? And I respectfully ask for the members' full support. Thank you.
And Chair,
Any
can
more?
I just clarify something really quick? We have the motion to amend. Can I just clarify that it also includes a motion to adopt?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any more discussion? Member Batangan.
Thank you, Chair. I am happy to speak in support of Bailey. She and I were in the same Ka'ipukukui class. And so I got to know her over the course of the year that we were in the program together. I found her to be somebody of high character, high competence, and somebody who loves the East Maui community. She is dedicating her professional career to serving as a grants manager for Makahanaka Ike. And through that capacity, does a lot of work to help the youth of Hana to be able to empower themselves and live more fulfilling lives. I am happy to speak on her behalf and would like to ask that the rest of the body support her nomination as well.
Thank you. Any more discussion? Member Sinensi.
Thank you, Chair. I also wanted to add that Ms. Cheryl Ann Lay would fulfill the cultural practitioner position. She is currently the Pelekikena of the Kahumanu Society Hana chapter. And we would like to express our gratitude to the outgoing members, Ms. Kahana and Ms. Lin. Thank you.
All right, any more discussion? If not, roll call.
Sorry, Chair, I was just advised to move to amend to add the cultural practitioner to Ms. Lay's appointment.
Second that.
All right. Okay, you move the cultural practitioner.
To Ms. Cheryl Ann Lay.
Okay. And Ms. Bailey June Spry doesn't need any particular designation.
As Member
It's
Batan.
open. It's just an open seat.
Oh, yes, correct.
Okay. All right, yes, Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. So I'm assuming that's all just like one motion and not like another motion to amend the motion to amend, yeah? Member Sinensi?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, we're not treating that as a second motion, amendment, okay.
Yeah. My question is about how that's being indicated in the resolution, because I think it should be documented so that it's easy to find. I've done this by adding it in a clause under be it resolved. So I don't know if it's,
Chair.
go ahead.
Member Sinensi.
I suggest putting it in parentheses next to Ms. Lay's name. Friendly amendment.
Is that good enough, everybody?
Okay, so how will it appear when it's certified? It needs to be documented so that when it's researched, it's found, right? Because if it's not put into the resolution itself where it be it resolved, and that's why I'm suggesting that it be in the be it resolved, Member Sinensi. Be it resolved that it designates the name or something.
Okay, he was just advised by our staff. Maybe you can share that, whatever they said.
Yeah, we were gonna do it the same as the Commission on Healing Solutions, which is the next one coming up.
Chair, if I could assist with that.
Yeah.
So Joyce just showed me basically a hard copy of it. On the approval, it will have Ms. Lee's name, and then next to it, in parentheses, it will say cultural practitioner.
When it's certified?
Yes. Okay. And that way it'll be nice and clean.
Okay.
Cleaner.
Okay, thanks.
Chair,
Who said that?
Rochelle.
Oh, okay.
Just to clarify, that's going to appear on Exhibit B of this resolution.
Yes, I understand that. Because right now the names are listed in the nominated members and terms, and the motion is to move two of the names to the approved members and terms, and so their names would be listed here on the certified copy. And when the names are moved of Ms. Lay and Ms. Spry, that with on the side of Ms. Lay's name, it'll say cultural practitioner. Ms. Lay, correct? Yeah.
Correct.
So in the certified copy, under approved members and terms, HANA Advisory Committee to the Maui Planning Commission, it'll have the two names with Ms. Lay with cultural practitioner on the side of her name.
Any more discussion, anybody? Member Hodgins?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Member Senensi, for this substitution. So I think what else needs to be discussed is for number 2 in the motion for Faith Chase name to Exhibit C. That's a temporary hold. She requested to be an alternate, but we cannot put her as an alternate, I think, until about next month or so. So we should be prepared for when that comes down.
Okay. Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. Question for Member Senensi. So is part of your motion to amend to move Ms. Chase's name to the disapproved members exhibit? Exhibit C? Oh, it's on the ASF? Okay. Mahalo.
Any more discussion? Okay, roll call.
Councilmember Senensi,
Aye.
Councilmember Hodgins,
Aye.
Councilmember Cook,
Aye.
Councilmember Rollins Fernandez,
Aye.
Councilmember Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Paulton,
Aye.
Vice Chair Sugimura,
Aye.
Councilmember Batangan,
Aye.
and Chair Lee.
Aye.
Chair, you have a unanimous vote. Motion passes.
So the main motion as amended at this point?
Yep. Chair, that included the amendments, correct? Yes.
So what are you saying?
Member Senensi made a motion and clarified that because we started talking about the amendment first to move the names around, so we clarified that it was a motion to adopt and amend combined.
Adopt, okay. Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. When I asked if there was a main motion, it was confirmed that Member Senensi made the motion and Member Cook seconded it. And so when he was making the motion to amend, it was a separate motion to amend and not a motion to, a main motion with a motion to amend together.
So now we should do that,
Yes, Mahalo, Chair.
okay? Okay, so any more discussion on the main motion as amended? Do we need roll call? All those in favor of the motion, raise your hand, say aye.
Aye.
9 ayes, 0 noes, motion carries. All right, next.
Okay, and now we are on to Resolution 2614. And this is acting on the nominations. Well, and I have removed from this, although originally it says Faith Chase, Vera Lynn Latham, Norman Bush Martin Jr., and Lurlyn Scott to the East Maui Regional Community Board under Section 8-19.2 Revised Charter of the County of Maui 1983 as amended. And I believe that we've previously had Corporation Counsel provide an opinion that Faith Chase and Vera Lynn Latham do not qualify, but I'll leave that to them.
Chair.
Member Rollins Fernandez.
Were we intentionally skipping 26-13 for now? No, no, this is for Commission on Healing Solutions.
Yep. We just called up the ones, Member Rollins Fernandez, that had Faith Chase in them. So we put all three up so we
that's
could
the ones
question
that
her
we're
at
taking
once.
up right now?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, so you're calling up 2614, Member Senensi.
Mahalo, Chair. Move to amend Resolution 26-14.
Adopt first, please.
Adopt
motion.
and amend.
Main motion. I move to adopt.
Move adopt.
Second.
Okay, this is this is the first motion, right, to adopt?
Correct.
Okay, moved by Member Senensi, seconded by Member Rollins Fernandez.
Wow.
To adopt Resolution 2614, discussion, Member Senensi.
Mahalo, Chair. I move to amend Resolution 26-14 by inserting the nominations of Norman Bush Martin Jr. and Lurlyn Scott with terms expiring March 31st, 2031 on Exhibit B for approval, and Faith Chase and Vera Lynn Latham on Exhibit C for disapproval.
Second.
Second.
Okay, moved by Member Sinanci, seconded by Member Rollins Fernandez, to amend the main motion as stated by him in his ASF. Discussion, Member Sinanci.
Mahalo, Chair. Please refer to my ASF. The council is the appointing authority for 2 vacancies on the board. When Norman and Lerlin's terms expire on March 31st, 2026, I am proposing we reappoint them because their initial terms did not exceed 3 years. So they are eligible to serve for an additional term. Verilyn Latham's term also expires on March 31st, 2026, but she was appointed by the mayor on June 30th, 2023. And because the mayor is the appointing authority for her upcoming vacancy, I'll leave the decision to reappoint her with him. The council's deadline to approve or disapprove the independent nomination board's nomination is January 30th, 2026. So action must be taken at today's meeting, Chair. And I respectfully ask the members for their full support of my motion. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. I think it might be helpful to add the seat, just as we did with the cultural practitioner, for both Mr. Martin and Ms. Scott, for the license area.
Okay, the friendly.
What are the license areas?
Bush.
K&I.
Mr. Martin was.
Hi, Chair. Maybe I have the paper in front of me. Mr.
Okay.
Martin is K&I and Ms. Scott is Haiku.
Okay, friendly addition to the ASF. Any more discussion? If not, all those in favor of the motion, raise your hand, say aye.
Aye.
9 ayes, 0 noes, motion carries. Now the main motion as amended. Any more discussion, Mr. Sinanci?
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to commend the Ahahui o Maui Hikina. Since its inception, they've been hitting the road running. They've had a very short time to, a small window to learn all the different private and public agencies. And since then, they've been able to meet with all of the stakeholders, to attend a lot of the state commission meetings, as well as create programs to manage the East Maui watershed. So I certainly commend them and all the work that they've been doing so far. Thank you, Chair.
Any more discussion? If not, all those in favor of the motion, raise your hand, say aye. 9 ayes, 0 noes, motion carries. All right.
Right, Chair, we have just 2 more matters to take care of in resolutions. The first is for referral to the Government Relations Ethics and Transparency Committee, Resolution 2611, proposing an amendment to the revised charter of the County of Maui, 1983 as amended, on county council vacancies in office.
Okay, which reso is that now?
That's Resolution 2611 for referral to GREAT.
Okay. Members, any objections to referring this matter to the Great Committee? Okay, so ordered. Ms. Clerk.
And the last for us right now in resolutions is Resolution 2613, acting on the nomination of Zach Mathers to the Commission on Healing Solutions for Homelessness under Chapter 2.31 Maui County Code.
Member Sinanci.
Chair, move to adopt Resolution 26-13.
Moved by Member Sinanci, seconded by Member Uhajans to adopt Resolution 2613. Discussion, Member Sinanci.
Mahalo, members. You received the ASF Resolution 26-13, and I move to amend Resolution 26-13 by inserting the nomination of Zach Mathers, designated as faith-based leader, and a term expiration of March 31st, 2029 on Exhibit B for approval.
Moved by Member Sinanci, seconded by Member Uhajans to amend the motion on Resolution 2613 by inserting the nomination of Zach Mathers with the designation of faith-based leader and a term expiration of March 31st, 2029 in Exhibit B for approval. Discussion, Member Sinensi?
Thank you, Chair. The council is the appointing authority for 5 vacancies that will be created on the Commission on Healing Solutions for Homelessness when existing terms expire on March 31st, 2026. Our deadline, Chair, is to approve or disapprove the Independent Nomination Board's nomination of Mr. Mathers is January 30th, 2026. Action must be taken at today's meeting. Mr. Mathers is the senior pastor of New Hope Maui. He's also trauma trained in trust-based relational intervention. He has worked in the foster care system for over 15 years and is co-founder of Village of Hope, which works with foster children in Maui County. And I respectfully ask the members for your full support of my motion. Thank you.
Member Paulton?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Member Sinensi. I just wanted to have a clarification. I think last time we put Mr. Andrian in the faith-based position. Can we clarify how many and what are the seats? Like, was it that we needed someone from the districts? And if we have a faith-based person, should we put him from South Maui, or was it supposed to be 2 faith-based positions?
I can refer to OCS.
Corp Counsel?
You're correct, Member Paulton, that there was someone else already appointed. I don't think there was a limit. I think the code says at least 1 member, so it's not a maximum.
Was there a requirement that someone be from South Maui? Because, I mean, I don't mind more than 1 faith-based person, but if we can check another box, let's check it.
I don't know if there was a residency.
Staff, do you know?
Or if he can check multiple boxes, I'm okay with that as well.
Oh, you guys come up with hard questions.
I try my best.
Oh, I had it.
I do have a reputation to uphold.
Okay. All right, we don't need to hear your biography. Okay. Corp Counsel, ready?
Okay.
I have the answer.
Okay, very good. Member Rollins Fernandez.
Section 2.31.020 establishment. B, 9 members must be appointed by the council. Each member must demonstrate experience relevant to the commission. 1 member must be a full-time resident of Molokai. 1 member must be a full-time resident of Lanai. And 1 member must be a full-time resident of East Maui. 2 members by the mayor. Yeah, so it doesn't have for each district.
Okay.
Member Patangan, are you listening? This is all what you're going to be in charge of.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I am paying attention. I'm also of the understanding that the person who currently is the designated faith-based leader is terming out next year. So while there is no upper limit on how many people we have with that designation, there is a lower limit, and I think having a second person on the commission now is helpful for the future. Thank you.
Good point. Any more comments on this? Okay, all those in favor of the motion, raise your hand, say aye. 9 ayes, 0 noes, motion carries. Was the ASF, right? The amendment?
Oh, yeah.
No? Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. Yeah, that was the motion to amend. Since this, there was just 1 person, and now we've moved the name from nomination list to approval list, and there is no one on Exhibit C, the disapproval list. I don't know what our practice is, but I think it looks silly, to have a be it resolved clause that says that disapproves the nomination list, Exhibit C, for all the members, all the people there, and there's like no one. So like, I think it would look cleaner if we just strike number 2 and then delete Exhibit C. I don't know what the certified copy looks like, but if that doesn't happen, I'd like this to happen, what I just said, if that doesn't happen at the certified level.
Can we count that as non-substantive changes?
Can we count that as non-substantive, Madam Clerk?
That staff can handle.
Yep.
Yep. Okay.
Love it. Mahalo, Chair.
Thanks for pointing that out. All right.
So important, I know.
All those in favor of the main motion as amended, raise your hand. Say aye. 9 ayes, 0 noes, motion carries. Thank you. Next.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Moving on to ordinances. Currently, we have no one signed up to testify on the ordinances. Oh, I see. Tom Crowley has raised his hand. Please go ahead, Mr. Crowley.
Sorry, my microphone was disabled there. Tom Crowley with some comments on Bill 14. I support this, the intent of this bill to try to make sure that the resident workforce housing that is built goes to residents. That's always the goal. And it's been long been my concern that some of the low-income housing projects that we've put together may or may not be occupied by longtime Maui residents and maybe occupied by new Maui residents. That's a concern that's ongoing. And I like that this bill strengthens the idea that these workforce housing units will be the first preference will be given to residents, and I support all efforts to do things like that. This will go to committee, and I'm pleased to see that it's already signed for legality from Corp Council, so I hope that it can be implemented. I also have comments on Bill 161, which is for second and final reading, but if I'm right, I should be saving those comments until the next section. So I'll hold those comments unless I'm told to do it now. I see head shaking. No, do them now?
Yes, all ordinances are together.
Thank you. Okay, so Bill 161, sorry, not 161, 168, which was establishing real property tax exemption to increase affordable housing. I had comments on this in committee, and my comments in committee were similar to the testimony that you heard earlier today from someone that this doesn't do enough. There's not enough in adding an extra $100,000 to an exemption to really encourage someone to lower their rent or create affordable housing. But I understand that this is not going to take place for another year, and we have more time to refine this. And I really hope that the Real Property Tax Committee will continue on, and we can refine things like this. And one of the thoughts that I had that I just want to share with you right now is currently we link the exemptions that we're granting with the tax rate, the tax classification that you go into. And I think that we can do a whole lot more good with granting these greater exemptions if we would delink those things, if we would not give the lower tax rate and the exemption automatically. There should be a different set of criteria for the lower tax rate than there is for the exemption. And that's something that you can't do in budget. You can't do it when you're working out rates and so forth, but we can discuss different ways to do this and perhaps make this, the goal of this ordinance, work better, where someone looks at it and says, wow, if I give someone a lower rent, my taxes are going to go down by a much greater amount than if I just rent long-term. I want to just express one more thing that bugs me about these every time that I see it. And it says it excludes all of the commercialized residential properties, which are the owner-occupied bed and breakfast, which just drives me crazy. What you're saying is, if you have a bed and breakfast that allows you to rent out one room in your house, and then you decide to rent your cottage out to someone long-term, we give you no credit for that, none whatsoever, okay? So it's just a personal thing that bugs me about it, because I do know some bed and breakfast operators who have long-term rentals on their properties, and they're specifically excluded from this. So that's wrong. You can't change it today. It's just another thing that's on there. But the other part of this is on the other extreme, which is the very high end. We have 53 properties that are worth more than $3 million that take advantage of the long-term rental exemption. I'm just wondering, should we be subsidizing luxury properties because they have a rental on them? And we can do that in a better way by changing the exemption, by separating the exemption from the tax rate. Because as I looked at, there's one property owner who gets a $56,000 property tax reduction because he rents out the Ohana part of his property to a resident. So these are things that I think we can talk about in committee if the Real Property Tax Committee continues on. And I think we can make this bill specifically much better before its implementation in another year. Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. Again, nothing against passing it today. I think you can. It's not going to take effect for the next tax year. It's going to take effect for the following tax year. But there's a lot more we can do to make this better. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, do you have any questions? If not, thank you again. Ms. Clark.
Chair, there currently is not anyone else to testify in the ordinances on today's agenda, so we'll go ahead and give last call. Counting down 3, 2, 1. Chair, no one else to testify in the ordinances.
Any objections to closing public testimony on ordinances and accepting written testimony for the record? So ordered. Ms. Clerk.
Chair, before you is Bill 12, 2026, a bill for an ordinance amending Section 3.48.410 Maui County Code on deadlines for filing claims for real property exemptions.
Oops. I am not on that page.
Member Rollins.
Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. I move to pass Bill 12, 2026 on first reading.
Moved by Member Rollins Fernandez, seconded by Vice Chair Sugimura to pass Bill 12 on first reading. Discussion, Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. Bill 12, 2026 makes a technical fix to Chapter 3.48. It restores the subsection and a missing cross-reference in Section 3.48.410 that were inadvertently removed, that were inadvertently left off when Ordinance 5869 took effect on October 13, 2025. The purpose is to fix an unintended change and avoid confusion about what the law says. So I looked up, so this is not my bill. I think this came from the administration.
Yeah, it came from finance.
Yeah. So I looked up the bill from October and saw that it was Section B2 and this 3.48.410. Oh, actually, it was 5.9. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Anyway, these two, the citation to the code and the language to subsection B2 were left off the bill, but they were not bracketed for deletion. So my question for Corp Counsel is, if it's not affirmatively removed through legislation and is just passively left off, does that result in the deletion of that language?
Corp Counsel?
Yes, I think it should be left in. I think leaving it out would conclude in it being removed from the bill.
So even if it's not bracketed and it's not part of the bill, it's not addressed in the bill itself. Perhaps I can ask our OCS attorneys the same question, because if it's not given clear instruction, if the legislation itself is not adding language through underlining or bracketing and to strike language from the code, and it's just not included, I I don't feel like that was us taking an affirmative action to remove that language. That's my question and statement.
Corp Counsel?
Oh. No, sorry, I asked our OCS attorneys.
Oh, okay.
As our legislative attorneys.
Thank you, Councilmember Rollins Fernandez. So I understand what you're saying, and what happened was basically exactly like you said. The brackets weren't actually put in the ordinance, and under the Hawaii Legislative Drafting Manual, even if you fail to do that, that's considered like repeal by implication, basically.
So if writing a bill and you don't include a subsection, then that is implying that it's being deleted?
Yes, under the rules of the Hawaii Legislative Drafting Manual. So, it depends. If you're amending like just a subsection, then that's one thing. But even with that, if you don't put brackets or if you don't include the language and you just include the new language in that amendment, then technically you are repealing the language that you don't include in the bill. So it's very important that you look at what the existing law is and draft your amendment according to the principles on the Ramsayer, and include the current law as well as the new law. And then usually we underline the parts that we're going to add. And again, that's according to the Hawaii Legislative Drafting Manual. Thank you, Chair.
Mahalo, Mr. Hanano, and Corp Counsel Takayasu. I don't know if I agree with that position, but I feel like when we, to amend our laws, that it should be intentional and not like an accidental language left off. It should be intentionally either adding language or bracketing to delete language. I support Bill 12 so that everything will be corrected. I don't agree with that position, and I guess we could create our own rules. This is the first time it's happened, so mahalo for this opportunity.
Okay. Anybody else? Comments? Okay, where were we?
Call for the main motion to pass Bill 12 on first reading.
Okay, no further discussion. All those in favor of the main motion, raise your hand. Say aye. 9 ayes, 0 noes, motion carries. Ms. Clerk?
Thank you, Madam Chair. For referral to the Agriculture, Diversification, Environment, and Public Transportation Committee is Bill 13, 2026, a bill for an ordinance amending Chapter 11.02 Maui County Code on advertising inside county transit buses.
And members, any objections to referring this matter to the ADEPT Committee?
No objections.
So ordered. Next.
Chair, for referral to the Housing and Land Use Committee is Bill 14, 2026, a bill for an ordinance amending subsection 2.96.090D Maui County Code on the selection priority for residential workforce housing ownership units.
Any objections to referring this matter to the HLU Committee? So ordered.
Chair, before you is Bill 15, 2026, a bill for an ordinance amending Chapter 16.25 Maui County Code on factory-built housing and other structures in the Lahaina burn zone.
Member Paulton.
Thank you, Chair. I move to pass Bill 15 on first reading.
Second.
Moved by Member Paulton, seconded by Members Rollins Fernandez to pass Bill 15 on first reading. Discussion, Member Paulton.
Oh, here's another one.
Oh my gosh, we have to read all this?
Here's another one. Bill 15 establishes procedures for the design, manufacture, installation, inspection, and transport of factory-built housing and other structures in the Lahaina burn zone. A substantially similar bill, Bill 122, 2025, on factory-built housing was transmitted by the administration and taken up in the VI committee on September 22nd, 2025, and that is the handout you received, the meeting minutes from the September 22nd, 2025 meeting in case anyone needed their memories jogged. Bill 15's intent would focus on integrating factory-built housing and other factory-built alternatives in the Lahaina burn zone where the need is critical. Bill 15's reduced scope would allow the Department of Public Works to test the market logistics and feasibility of these factory-built options. As of January 20th, 946 families face uncertainty as FEMA housing assistance is set to expire February 28, 2026, unless the federal government grants an extension. Even if the federal government were to grant an extension, I wouldn't imagine that we will be getting more extensions. So say we get an extension, the countdown starts to house our people, and expedited housing solutions and all the solutions are needed for fire survivors. What I would say about the fears projected upon us by certain members of certain construction unions, this is currently working in Lahaina. The state has brought in all sorts of prefab housing, I think like 400 something. FEMA has brought in all sorts of prefab housing, like 200 something. Hawaiian Council has brought in prefab housing 32 from right here in the state. And so it is working. And for the fear projections of warranties and like that, it's a much bigger, in some cases, suicidal fear that they'll be out on the streets on March 1st. So we're not even thinking 30 years, warranty, whatever. We're thinking, where are people gonna sleep in 1 year, in 1 month? That's the pressing concern. If you're talking about warranties into 30 years, 10 years, 5 years from now, how are these people gonna make it to 5 years from now? Either we're gonna lose our residents because we can't house them, or we're gonna try some things that are already working. Some of us, said that Bill 9 wasn't a solution. And if we continue to look at possible solutions as not solutions, then I don't know what to say.
Any more discussion? Yes, Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. I quickly read through the entire thing, and
very good. I'm still on the third page.
I'm on page 40. If you would like to flip to there, and it's me making comments. It goes. We all say that housing needs to be expedited in all these projects, and that's why we're doing all these things. And do you know when you're going to schedule this again? And if you don't, can we expedite it for at least West Maui or something so that it can, move along? It's been over 2 years. Was that a good impression of me?
Yes.
Good. So then... I say, so then Chair Cook, Committee Chair Cook, it's like, I'm open to scheduling again. And then I say, okay, so I guess it's back to you, Chair Cook. When you plan to schedule this again? And if not, as soon as possible, like the next meeting, then maybe, I don't know, if Member Paulton would want to work with the department to fashion language that would allow for West Maui to have this section of the code while the rest of the county, waits, I guess, for, I don't know. And then Member Paulton said, was that a rhetorical question? Because then she said she was going to do it, and here it is. So I am in strong support of this legislation. Mahalo, Chair.
I guess I did it.
Yeah. See, thank you for the meeting minutes and for refreshing my memory. And I will echo the sentiments shared by Member Paulton. We need housing now. We needed it like 2 years ago when we were talking about this back then. And, some of the reasons to not support this was a little, like, oh, it's not going to fit in the tunnel. And, it's already fit in the tunnel. That's not going to last long. And we're not talking about needing houses 30 years from now. Right now, we need houses now. And then the whole liability warranty, it's easy to talk about all those things when you have a home to go back to. And I have a home to go back to. And a lot of people won't. And they need housing now. Mahalo, Chair.
Member Uhajins.
Thank you, Chair. I don't disagree that we need housing now. I completely agree with that sentiment. We've needed housing for so long. I also don't want to lose any high-paying jobs for our people who couldn't go to college and do all of that. It is one of the few jobs we have here, and so to export the jobs would be junk, and to lose our people would be just as junk. So when the time comes, I do have some amendments to propose. That's all I have to say for now. Thank you.
All right. Anybody else have comments or questions? Member Johnson, Member Cook.
Thank you, Chair. I support this bill. I would like to, widen it, and there's work to be done on widening it where we could be available for everybody, specifically for Lanai. I would love to have the ability to put prefab small ohana, but our lots are kind of undersized. And the good news is HPM has opened up a store on Lanai, and they're the guys who are doing one of the largest prefab homes in the state. As you guys know, the prices of Big Island homes are impacted from them having the ability to do a prefab factory unit. So I think that's hope, and I think this bill brings hope, and I'd like to expand it to other areas as well. Thank you, Chair.
Member Cook.
Thank you, Chair. I support housing. We talked about this at length. It seems like this is the promise and the hope that this is going to produce inexpensive houses in the very near future, I think is inaccurate. The CBDG DR funds that are currently going to be flooding pretty soon.
Currently going to be what soon?
Are going to be abundant, flooding. We're going to have a tremendous amount of funds that we're supposed to spend in a relatively short period of time, and they have contractors that are going to line up, et cetera. I think that with substantial work, we have the demand from the homes. We're potentially going to have the funding for the homes. We have enough labor. We just need to get it in alignment. So I'm just not a fan of factory-built homes, and it doesn't have to do, it's just what they're doing on the Big Island is unique and good. Factory-built homes in general, what this bill does, it brings from the mainland or from other areas. When I went on vacation, my family rented a house on the river in Washington for a couple of days, and it was a factory-built home. Inside it was okay. It was a tin can. I just am not supportive. There's a wide variety, a wide flavors of what this is, what it looks like, what it costs. And to me, it's just this being labeled as this is a great thing, we need to do it. And I'm just saying as a builder, I think that's oversimplistic and over-hopeful. So if we did it, I'd like it to go back to the HLU committee so the other departments could discuss it more, but I'm not supportive of passing this on the floor today. Thank you, Chair.
Anyone else? Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. I turned the page to page 41 and I read some more. I'm going to do my best Keanu impression. If it wasn't going to be scheduled in the next by-committee meeting, that perhaps a West Maui version of this bill could be expedited so that it can help, Lahaina folks as soon as possible. And then Chair Cook says, we basically hear it in no later than November. No later than November. It's January. I don't know how long, and it, I said West Maui, and this bill is even less than West Maui. It's burn zone. It's as tight as Member Paulton could make it to acknowledge the concerns of our colleagues. But the people in the burn zone, or the folks that have property and want to build back in the burn zone, they need it now. When I went to Aotearoa, so many folks have factory-built housing. It's just kind of like the norm, and it's really nice. I stayed in my friend's factory-built home, and it was really well put together, and it was really affordable for her. When we took up Wailea 670, and I asked some of the union folks about, not having like a tremendous amount of work to rebuild Lahaina. And, some of what was saying was just like, like that, that there's a higher profit margin when building luxury homes than the homes that would be rebuilt. So I don't even know why like the carpenters union folks are like fighting for those housing when the profit margins will be much smaller. And that like there's so much work right now that they can't even keep up with the demand. And a lot of contracts end up going to companies on Oahu. That's not helping our Maui people. And we need to put our people over profits. Like by not passing this is like putting profits over people, because we're trying to fight for like this small amount of housing when there's so much work to be done throughout the county. And like the people who want to rebuild in the zone that was burned, like they need the housing now. And I don't know if where they are and if they're paying even higher rents that they would be able to afford if they put a factory-built home as like the ADU for now until they can kind of save, because if the rents right now throughout Maui is so unaffordable that it's impossible for folks to like save up to rebuild their home. And if they're able to have something a little more affordable, then they would be able to like save up a little bit more to build toward their main dwelling. Or however they end up figuring it out, because my friend's factory-built home in Aotearoa was really nice. And I think we've come a long way from what factory-built homes look like, 10, 20 years ago. Mahalo, Chair.
Anyone else? Vice Chair Sugimura.
Thank you. I really want to hear what Member Uhajan's amendments are, as she talked about. Are you going to talk about that? Yeah. But anyway, I support providing work and jobs for the people here. And some of what I've been reading about for this type of home that is being proposed, it gets built elsewhere, it gets shipped here, and the question and concern that I have is for inspection and liability. What happens there, the people here are not, County of Maui is not accountable for it. And so therefore, for safety, for our workforce, I would rather things happen here and not to be built in place, basically. So I won't be supporting this.
Anybody else? Member Johnson, then Member Cook, and then Member Sinensi.
Thank you, Chair. you know, I went through the minutes, and you can go through the minutes. We were having this discussion pretty similar to this. But I'll just add a little bit more. The HPM, I'm not trying to push this company, but just for an example, they have 20 designs on their website of homes. There they are. You look at them, you pick them, right? I don't think the people are wondering like how sturdy the wall is. They're thinking like, how many bathrooms does it have? How many bedrooms does it have? Where can I lay my head? Where can I live? You know, that's from a position of a homeowner that you already have. Well, this bathroom isn't as good as my bathroom that I have right now. Some of these folks, they don't even have a bathroom. They don't even have a house. So the fact that there's a company already out there that has this list, an employee-owned company. Now, that's an important factor in this on having an employee-owned company when we talk about jobs and all of this stuff. This is another model that is actually working where the profits come back to the employees. I love employee-owned companies. So those designs are there for folks of Lahaina. They could look at them. They could have them come if, you know, all this works out. I think that's the priority of what folks are thinking of. They're not thinking about like, will this satisfy a Category 5 hurricane? Only folks with homes get to think that. Some of these folks are, where am I sleeping at tonight? That's what we should be focusing on. And these factory homes, I think, is a fast way forward on that. It's in an ideal situation, sure, we want all the bells and whistles, but when the feds are about to pull the rug out from under these folks, we had a terrible disaster in that town. We should react quickly, and I think there's options on the table, this bill being one of them. Thank you, Chair.
Member Cook and then Member Sinensi.
Thank you. Briefly, just one clarification. Construction wages don't change depending on what you're building. Luxury homes, a tract home, a carpenter wages, the difference is going to be union and non-union, but basically it's the developer and a contractor is different. Construction wages are construction wages. Guys who are just, you know, bootstrapping it, maybe they can charge less, but generally speaking, people don't get paid more to do one house instead of another house. I wanted to clarify that. And also, HPM currently makes framed panels and trusses, which is partially prefabbed to expedite and speed up the process, and they do that on island. That's not a manufactured home, and that's something that's super supported. I'm just saying some of the technological and improvements to basically be able to expedite the field work, the transportation exist on Maui. I'm supportive of it. I think a lot of people are supportive of it. I'm curious, when people say faster, how soon do people think that homes are going to basically be available, delivered, and installed? So thank you for answering that. So anyway, that's...
I mean, we've seen it done by Hawaiian Council. They put up 16 off of Lahaina Intermediate School, and we gave them the money. They put up 16 at Maui Lani. We can bring Nick Carroll, or I can call him up right now. You can ask him. It went up in fast, and they had to implement infrastructure on the Lahaina, across from Lahaina Intermediate School. If we're talking about the burn zone, the infrastructure should be already there, and that would cut the time in half. It was like, I would say less than 6 months, if I had to guess, as I'm driving by. And that's talking about the vertical, not the infrastructure. And the press release just came out. The countdown is on now. We have 12 months to house these 946 families.
Yes.
So 365 days from February 28th. It's doable. We can help a lot of people. We don't have to push for them to sleep in the swimming pool parking lot. We don't have to push for them to sleep at the beach. We don't have to push for those. If you want to talk about a tin can, like the bathrooms at the pool are horrendous. Like, I don't know if it gets cleaned every night, but their own factory-built housing, like they're living in it right now. There's at least probably 800 people living in prefab houses right now, and they're happy to have a place to live. I think it's somewhat elitist to say, oh, they're not very nice. Like, we just need a place instead of our car, instead of the beach, instead of the parking lot. I'd take a tin can factory-built house over sleeping in my car. Like someone was saying, like you get edema in your legs because you can't, when you sleep, you're in your car like that, they're always down. So the tin can thing is for somebody that already has a house. Like, we're not even coming at this from the same perspective. And everybody that hasn't lived in Lahaina since August 8th, 2023, really has no idea. Really no idea. If you haven't lived day in, day out with what we have lived with, you have no idea. And this is just like 1/16 of all of our problems.
Members Nancy.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I'm supportive of the bill. When we look at the timeline to rebuild Lahaina, it's going to take us 5 years and beyond. And I hear the sentiment from my colleagues that we need housing quickly. When Lahaina burnt down, it was the pre-manufactured units that helped to house our fire victims. They quickly came. Some of them are, you still can use them, even if we had an influx or a sixth of it. Here on the island, at least we can provide, it can always be used for ohana units should people build out their homes, or if they get some of the revenues from the federal government. So we need as much as we can. We cannot be choosing or picking or fighting over. I mean, this is, for me, we've already approved Wailea 670, that's 800 luxury homes. You can have your 800 luxury homes, but for now, those people can afford $1 million mortgage. Our people cannot, how many of us can afford $1 million mortgage? Not me. We need alternatives. We visited, Chair, a lot of the fire prone areas on the mainland. They were able to quickly rebuild, but they have all the resources there. They have cheap lumber. They have everything. They don't have to ship everything to Hawaii. So their rebuild was quick and fast on the mainland because they have inexpensive resources.
Are you talking about California?
California, yeah. On the continent, we're on, in Hawaii, everything has to be shipped over here. Yeah, we can wait to build our house, but we don't know about tariffs and shipping costs. All that has to be shipped over here to rebuild an entire town. We need some quick fixes. And for now, if we can, make them look like old ohana, plantation units, fine. Put some metal clad roofing on it, or with the hip roof with a nice porch on it. It could still look like a lot of the old plantation homes, but still be new enough so that we can house. Those plantation homes were tiny, like Member Johnson said on Lanai, but again, a lot of us are just happy with tiny spaces like that. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, well, before you continue, how about we hear what some of Member Uhajan's proposals are, okay? Okay, what's the question?
It's the last page of the meeting minutes, page 61. Chair Cook said, the intent is to get a little more clarity, and in the very near future, depending on scheduling on the, by the end of the year at least, I'm hoping in November we have time, depending on other people's schedule, we will diligently work on this. I'm hoping we can have a vibrant discussion. So I just wanted to ask Member Cook if he was diligently working on this and if he got a little more clarity that he was seeking before he adjourned the meeting that day.
Member Cook.
Yes, and we didn't hear it in December because of the schedule. We all had a lot going on. The mayor called me and end of December, beginning of January, and said that he wasn't supporting the bill. He said that I told him what my concerns were, and I'm looking at it. The biggest issue here and the disconnect in the communication is the perception that this is the solution and it's right in front of us and that, like, I'm stopping it, okay? I believe in the homes and stuff. I think and I believe with my heart that we have the capacity on island, okay, to build. And a lot of the delay, we have we have the expedited review and all of that stuff. We can do it. We just need to get the regulations onto the line and people in line and say, okay, let's build the homes. I don't think that this is the solution. I do believe that we locally, we can get a bunch of young kids and apprentices. We can do a lot of different things to expedite things and get it done. Okay, I'm not like doing this because of some business gig. I'm really doing this because in my heart of hearts, I feel that we, our people in the community, can build these homes. And if we get behind it in the community and we fund it and stuff, the manufactured home, to me, I just don't believe it's the solution because of the shipping and the other stuff. I'm not negating it. What are we going to do with the 800 stuff that was shipped here? We will hopefully have this bonus of ohanas and farm dwellings and all of this stuff in the future. But I think that our homegrown can build, and I want to be supportive of doing it and not, I think our government is more the problem than our workers. So I'm for it. This is painful, but I'm diligently wanting to do this. This particular bill, I'm not sold on it, and I had a lot of amendments to it. So anyway, thank you for the opportunity to answer your question.
Mahalo for answering my question, because
Okay, wait, Member Paulton.
oh, I just wanted to say that Deputy Corp Counsel Hopper signed off on Member Paulton's bill.
Okay. No, I know who she is. I said to her, could you wait, Member Paulton? Because she had her hand up. You thought I was talking to her, yeah?
I can wait.
No. I just trying to explain to her that I know the difference between these two people. Okay, now, Member Hodgins.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to begin by saying I remember this conversation very well because I still have a lot of the same concerns. I don't feel like many of them are answered in our committee meeting, which is why at that time I didn't support it. Something else I want to address, Member Johnson, you said prefab. I want to make sure you understand that this is modular homes. Prefab homes don't need the same approval. They can go right now. You can go to FabMac, they can go to Lanai, all good in the hood. This is only modular homes, so it's not the same thing, which I will admit, I didn't know that when we had this committee meeting the last time, and then that was brought to my attention then. So there's that. They go through the HUD process, which is not the same as what we do here in this county process that we're discussing. Member Senenci, the tariffs, they will be implemented if you do stick build or if you do these modular homes, and the shipping is still going to be a concern to come here. But I don't disagree that this may help. Another thing I wanted to discuss real quick is when you permit something, I don't think people realize we have a lot of high wind areas. Actually, we should all now actually realize that we do have high wind areas. And while HPM, again, also not trying to sell that company, but as an example, because they are the closest, they have several options of regular homes and just a few of the high wind specific homes. So you're gonna unfortunately figure that out, are members of the public when they go to permit something, and they're gonna have to do all of this extra steps for structural soundness to ensure that it is allowable in our high wind areas. So just putting that out there. But if I could make a couple amendments, if that's okay with everyone. Okay, one, and this is Manini, but I just going to say this first. On the very first page, in about the second sentence, where we're discussing with this ordinance will allow factory built alternatives to be administered on a smaller scale, if we could just remove the word initially, that's my first one, but we'll get to that one later, because I think that's real Manini. My main concerns, I think, is not having them for 201H and 2.96 projects. if we're unable to ensure that we don't interfere with interstate commerce, I think it'd be very difficult to allow that process where if there's any allowance of $2,000 or more where they have to be subjected to prevailing wage, how are we going to ensure that if this is built out of state, that it's prevailing wage issues? So in section 3, where this ordinance, or wherever it needs to go, but I'm assuming in section 3, I would like to see that it's not applicable to 2.96 and 201H projects. But I will take advice from the attorneys here on where that should go, and then I'll make that motion. I was assuming section 3, but I'm open to discussion on where it should go.
What about 297?
And 297 then. 2.96, 2.97, and 201H. Yes.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry. Just real quick, because I support that.
Okay.
Because it's only for the burn zone.
Yeah.
So there could potentially be 2.97 and 201H projects in the burn zone?
I don't think so, but I just want to make that very clear as we discussed about being as thorough as possible.
Okay. Mahalo for letting me
I mean, I did have a moment to discuss it with member Paulton yesterday, and we kind of talked about it. But I think for my comfort level, I would appreciate it.
Yeah, because none of these are part of a project. They're all individual owners.
Which is why I was asking the question, and I don't have a problem adding that.
Okay.
Chair,
Corp Counsel, wait, one second.
Okay.
Corp Counsel, what were you going to say?
I was going to agree with section 2, but.
Section 2?
Yeah.
Or section 3?
Section 2.
Section 2
I
exclusions?
think would be applicable. yeah.
Where in section 2? In the exclusions, in the, make a new number 3?
Yeah.
Okay.
Member Johnson.
Point of information, the Front Street Apartments is now a 201H project. I just had a meeting with Muranagi Hide yesterday. They were talking about how it's a 201H project. Front Street being in the burn zone. Or the
Yeah.
Front Street Apartments being in the burn zone.
And it would be almost any of those government projects, county, state projects would be either 201H, they wouldn't be part of a project district, but they'll be part of a government program. Member Rollins Fernandez?
Mahalo, Chair. I don't know the plans for the government-owned properties, but I'm guessing we probably wouldn't put one of the factory-built homes there that we would want to maximize that
Yeah,
space.
we've been to the Front Street apartment meetings, and we're having one on February 3rd, I guess. They're building a multifamily complex, hoping to go 3 stories, which isn't this.
Yeah, so yeah, there wouldn't be prefab units.
Factory built.
Factory built.
Yeah,
Modular.
factory built. Is everybody, I don't want to lose.
Okay, so.
Wait, I'll let other people chime in. Anybody? No, okay.
I'm supportive of this amendment because we're not in the burn zone. We don't have any 2.96, 2.97, or 201H plan that would utilize factory-built homes.
But I just, on my end, want to make it super clear.
Okay.
So I guess then
I'm
on
supportive
page,
of super clearness.
thank you. On page 2 for Bill 15 in exclusions, a new number 3 to say not applicable to 2.96, 2.97, or 201H projects, and I'm open to prettying up that language
Oh, you're making that motion right now?
right now.
Okay.
Yep, including any non-substantive revisions.
Okay, so that's
And
moved by
this one-
you and then seconded by,
Includes the initial as well.
The initial what now? Oh, in section 1, initially, yeah. That's just my own personal preference.
okay.
Removing the word
Wait, is
initially
this,
after
is
smaller
this,
scale.
is this part of your, just a part of your amendment, or this is your amendment?
No, I have more than that. But I figured we'd do them kind of more one at a time, so I
Well, how
could
many you got?
After this, honestly, only one more.
Okay. Moved by you and then seconded by Vice Chair Sugimura. Okay, for your amendment. And as you stated, any more discussion on your first amendment?
No, and as a reminder, it's just going to remove the initially on page 1 and on page 2, add a number 3 for exclusions to not be applicable to 2.96, 2.97, and 201H projects.
Okay, that's for clarification.
Yes.
Then, any more discussion? All those in favor of the amendment, raise your hand. Say aye. 9 ayes, 0 noes, motion carries. You're on a roll.
Okay, thank you. And you know what? I realized I said I had one more, but I actually have 2 more. So my next amendment, and perhaps we can talk about this, is the other factory-built structures of section 507 and 508. I would prefer that this is for residential use only, and this other factory-built structures, I would prefer for it to be removed. But let's discuss, and then I can make a motion.
Second.
Do I have a second?
Vice Chair, you seconding this?
Yeah, page 10.
Chair, I'll second for discussion.
Okay, seconded by Member Rollins Fernandez, and then discussion, Member Hodgins.
Thank you, Chair. So for the factory-built structures of section 507 and 508, those I assume are going to probably be smaller structures unless it's commercial structures, of which I don't support. I support this being an option for home use. I know commercial use, they need help, but I don't feel comfortable with a modular commercial use. That's a whole different type of usage, for lack of a better word, like amount of usage for commercial use is different. And for that, I would prefer on-site stick build. So if everybody's okay, I'd like to make a motion to remove section 507 and 508 of page 10.
Is there a second?
I think Member Sugimura made my second. Oh, somebody.
Chair, I seconded it for discussion.
So we're still in discussion. Member Cook and then Member Paulton.
Thank you, Chair. I'm glad that Front Street Apartments came up because this is, they do multi-story manufactured homes. And this category was, this amendment clarifies that it's for residential housing. I just wanted to, you can build a skyscraper with this stuff, and this is good to keep it residential, local. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Okay, you support that. Member Paulton.
Thanks.
My priority has always been the residents. But we do know of the commercial folks not wanting or feeling as though they are left out on many things. I mean, Member Sugimura introduced a bill just for them for tax relief, but luckily it turned out how it did. If this amendment helps to get this bill passed so that people that don't have the money to invest in a big house or a same-size house or a built-in place house can move forward, I'll be willing to not allow commercial use, although they also need help. So if Member Cook is giving out money, they need help.
Okay, anybody else? Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. For the other factory-built structures, where it says Lahaina Burn Zone other than housing, was that the intention of adding this section in this bill was for commercial use, Member Bolton? Oh, I can.
Can you please
So, for this section, other than housing, you contemplated commercial use? Was that the purpose of putting the section in the bill?
So I might be a little bit wrong, but my understanding is that 4,000 structures burned down in the burn zone, and we have maybe 120 certifications of completion. So, 4,000, 120, all sorts of structures, I don't know, warehouses, sheds, whatever. I mean, but obviously my main concern is we don't have people sleeping in the parking lots, in the beaches, using the showers at the pool or wherever. Like, I mean, if this is what it's needed to move forward a housing option for people, I think I've stated more than once that housing is my number one priority. A lot of people have told me jobs. I even heard one testifier said, without jobs, does it matter if you have housing? And I was like, I don't know what world you live in, but housing is a human right, you know? So I know it's not going to work for everybody, just as short-term rentals is not going to work for everybody. There's no one size fits all in Lahaina, especially. But for me, housing is the priority. If this amendment will help housing happen, you know, and the commercial, it is what it is.
Mahalo, Member Bolton. Okay, and then my second question is for the 16.25.508 transport of factory-built housing and other structures. Was your amendment to just delete the other structures references and leave the transport, or to delete the entire section?
That's a good one. Well, yeah, delete the other structures.
But leave transport, leave that section because it's talking
transport.
about the transport of the material.
Yes, thank you. So then we will just put a period after transport of factory-built housing in the title as well as in the sentence, and remove and other structures.
Yeah.
Okay,
And
is this another amendment?
she's amending her amendment.
Yeah,
She's clarifying it because this
you're
section is
clarifying it,
talking about the transportation, the movement of the factory-built housing.
So we're going to remove section 507 and amend the language of 508 to reflect the change that we made in 507.
Does everybody understand that? Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, we have a question, discussion from Member Sinensi.
Thank you, Chair. I had a question for Member Hodgins. Does this include those, like metal warehouses that some people might, would that be considered
Another structure?
Other structure?
I'd assume so.
You talking about storage or commercial use?
I mean, most commercial users might order those large metal warehouse structures just for storage or
You
to
can
keep.
do that too. That's not, I've permitted those before, like.
Oh, so that's allowable
Yeah, that's
in your
allowable.
amendment?
Yeah.
Okay.
You submit the specs, because it's not necessarily a dwelling, so they have different, and it's not the same heavy usage as a regular commercial use. So for certain warehouses, that's allowable now. I permitted a similar greenhouse for Kamehameha schools a few years ago.
Okay, all right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Member Batangan.
Thank you, Chair. So I had that similar question about the transport, and so I'll be supporting this amendment. I guess I would just like to say that in general, it is my strong preference to do committee work in committee rather than during first reading. I recognize that there is some time sensitivity to this. And so I guess I would like to offer up a suggestion that this be referred to Member Paulton's committee, since it is contained to the disaster zone, and then the concerns about it not getting scheduled can be appeased. I don't know if there's an appetite for that from this body, but I'd like to throw it out for discussion as well, because it's starting to get a little different. The bill that we're now considering is starting to get a little different than what I understood it to be as we came into this meeting, and I'm starting to get a little uncomfortable taking action now.
I'm willing to do this after first reading. In my next meeting, I'm willing to schedule it for a deeper discussion before second reading, as we sometimes.
Is that acceptable to you, Mr. Batangan?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I would appreciate that.
Okay. Member Hodgins.
Thank you, but I would like to continue my amendments because then we're going to need 6. on second and final reading, which I don't know if this will. The next one will have
shoot.
6.
Is the next, I have something on my 28th agenda already.
Wait, keep that thought.
Okay.
What did you,
If we pass it, no.
why would we need 6?
If to make amendments, unless I post the amendments, then we would need 5.
Oh, you didn't, those are not posted.
These are mental amendments.
I thought we had.
Those are mental, yeah.
But I only have one more.
Don't we have a
But
council
I
member?
understand Member Batangan's concerns, because we did discuss it in committee before he was a member. And yesterday, when I was talking to Member Paulton, her preference was to not, because as of yesterday, right, when we were discussing it, we didn't hear about the FEMA's extension. So initially, she didn't want to take it to committee, which is why I was doing these amendments now.
And by the way, even though this is being televised, please don't talk about that.
Yes.
Because it's unofficial,
Yes.
unofficial.
It's still very unofficial, which is why I think she wanted to make a move on ensuring that her community has housing ASAPs. But we
I
can
mean,
do whatever.
even with a
everybody-
year extension, it could take up to a year to build 900 or however many. So I mean, I'm pretty confident in saying that we will not be getting another year extension.
Yeah.
So that's why the clock is on now, February 28, 2027.
Okay, so how long are your amendments?
I only have, actually, well, one more, but then clerk just texted me on another one. But the other one.
Wait. Why are you texting? Why are you
Okay, but
texting?
to be fair, it's for cleanup because we just moved the other language, the other structures language, and that's also in the title.
Yeah.
Which is what the cleanup was.
Okay, see,
That one-
Mr. Batangan, we're normally not like this, although this happens.
This has happened at every meeting I've been to so far. You're 3 for 3.
Okay.
Yeah.
Shucks, I didn't know you were keeping track. We're kind
Yeah, I
of
saw it.
flexible. We try to be flexible, and mainly because of the issues, it was, the fire, you know. This is something very critical, and so we try to be,
Chair,
you
if
know,
you
open to
approve
these things.
if you approve a meeting on February 3rd before the public hearing in West Maui, we can do it in West Maui if you want.
That's a great idea.
From a practical point of view, how much testimony are we going to have on this?
We only had 3 today.
I know, because, you know, it's over here.
Oh,
But that's fine, that's fine. I just don't want it to be overwhelmed, you know, the meeting to be overwhelmed, so that by the time we actually deal with the issue, we're all worn out, you know? That's my concern. Okay. As far as having it on the 3rd, everybody, can you make it to the meeting earlier? What time about?
9, 10, 11, whatever time you want. I mean,
What time is it?
4:30.
4:30. Oh, why would we go that early then? What?
One of the things is we're going to need to check with parks to make sure that the facility is available. Currently, we just have access after 1 o'clock, but we anticipated needing to set up during that time to start the public hearing at 4:30.
I'm open to 1 o'clock or over here.
Okay, 1:30 over there. I believe I saw that email and they said
I don't
1:30.
think- I'm sorry, Chair, I don't think we just can get in the door at that time, but it's going to take us some time to set up.
How much
I'm
time
also
do you
open
need?
to over here.
Yes.
Mahalo, Chair. So I just learned a trick because of the weather and Mokulele is unreliable. That for my committee meeting, which is located on Molokai next Thursday, and I hope everyone made their flights because Mokulele is the only airline, that we can make the main meeting location online. And then that will satisfy the requirements of the meeting.
Oh, okay.
Yep. And then we can have the Civic Center, Lahaina Civic Center, as like a courtesy site. So it wouldn't be like the main meeting site. Yeah.
Okay. Of course, you know, everybody else reading that agenda is going to be all confused, right? Yeah. Put that in Hawaiian. All right. All right.
Chair, sorry, before we get too far down planning the February 3rd meeting in Lahaina, that's an in-person only public hearing. And the reason that we scheduled it that way is because connectivity out there is very poor, and we had a bad experience last time. We do have a council meeting on the 6th, so.
Chair?
Yeah, I was hoping second reading would be on the 6th so people can start going. But I'm okay with the third meeting being in the chambers if we need to.
We wouldn't have time to publish the digest either.
The
So
digest?
if we do, right, if,
it would be a committee meeting.
Okay, so passes first reading today, publish the digest.
7B committee on Wednesday in the chamber, second reading February 6th.
Chair?
Yes.
Molokai also has unreliable internet, and so we got Starlink for their meeting. And so we could maybe work that out with Lahaina Civic Center too.
Or the residency area office has Starlink too.
Well, we all can't fit in there.
We're friends, we can squish.
We've all fit in there before.
Oh, I haven't been to your new place. Okay.
Can I continue my amendments?
Well, actually,
yes,
not yet, because we're trying to figure out, even with, if you make your amendments, we're still going to have a committee meeting, which we're trying to figure out how we can squeeze.
Do we need a committee meeting?
I don't need a
committee
meeting.
Chair, because I'm sorry, Member Batangan, but we had a committee meeting on September 22nd, 2025. Chair, I'm ready to pass this. I don't need a committee meeting. And if we needed to have more of a discussion, we could also lay it on the clerk's desk on the 6th and then pass it on second reading on the 18th or something like that, if we can't figure out scheduling and everything. So that's another option for us.
Okay, let's hear from other people, because we have more than two of you on the council. Member Uhajans, I'm talking about the schedule now.
Oh, got it. I was ready to do my amendments. I don't know how much more information or what kind of resolution we're gonna get by having another 7B, I'll be honest. I do still have my same reservations, absolutely, from the last time we discussed it in September 22nd of 2025. Those have not gone away. But what I can understand is that I don't wanna lose any more people from Lahaina. I don't wanna lose any more people on this island, period already. We export way too many humans. I don't want to export jobs either, which is why I'm trying to narrow this down as much as I can to ensure that we maintain our population and maintain our high-paying jobs in the construction industry, which is what I'm trying to do right now. I understand Mr. Member Batangan didn't have that opportunity, and he's totally welcome. And if I need to be there for quorum, I'm happy to be there. But I don't know how much more discussion we can have, considering I could have made my amendments and all we did was talk about when we could maybe have another committee.
Okay, Mr. Batangan, we tried. I don't think it's going to work. We tried to squeeze it into another meeting that we're having, the public hearing on the 3rd. But because we have no control over the use of the facility, we only have it between certain hours, we probably can't fit this meeting in there. So, however, our staff can help you, understand this a little bit better, because you weren't privy to all the previous meetings. If other staff can help you come back, get up to speed on it, we'll try and do it that way. Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, members. I appreciate I recognize that it didn't work out, but I appreciate that you tried, and that means a lot. I guess just without speaking to the schedule or to the amendments, I guess my last remaining question related to this is, it's being described as a pilot, and I just want to make sure that we're clear on what the metrics of success are, on how we're going to collect the data for that, so that if we pick it up again and decide to have this conversation for how whether or not it should be implemented countywide or island-wide, that we have the data available, because we thought about that upfront. So I did not have that prepared today. I just want to throw that out for discussion. And I look forward to hearing what other amendments are being proposed by Member Hodgins, so that we can have a clear picture of what the bill is going to look like before we take our vote on first reading. Thank you.
Okay, any other comments? Member Rollins Fernandez?
Mahalo, Chair. And so again, the motion before us is to strike 16.25.507, other factory-built structures other than housing. So striking that, and then any reference to other structures, because the point of the bill has been about housing. So this doesn't change this bill to a whole different bill. It's still about housing. Mahalo, Chair.
I do have a friendly amendment. Title would be a bill for an ordinance amending Chapter 16.25 Maui County Code on factory-built housing in the Lahaina burn zone.
Yep. Chair. So I intentionally said it the way I just did, anywhere that and other structures is referenced, and then that way we catch them all.
Exactly.
And that's why Member Hodgins said, any, including non-substantive revisions, which that would be part of the non-substantive revisions, to strike anything that's not housing, that other structures. Mahalo, Chair.
Is staff getting all of this? Yeah? You are, okay. Very good. Member Hodgins.
That was it, Chair. So I guess I'm down to one more after this vote.
Okay, nothing else. All those in favor of the motion, raise your hand, say aye.
Aye.
9 ayes, 0 noes, motion carries. Okay, this is that amendment. Now we're going to the third amendment?
Yes,
Okay.
thank you so much. I don't disagree with Member Batangan to have measurements of success. I'm unsure what that looks like now as well. My last amendment was, we've done this before for other things, to have maybe Public Works, because this is going to be in Public Works, come back to the council to talk about their measurement of success, and to also have it sunset on December 31st of 2031, so 5 years.
Okay, questions about that, discussions
I
about?
moved to do all the things I just described earlier.
Did you want to explain it or discuss it, or is that pretty much self-evident?
Yes, in section 3.
Okay. Vice Chair Sugimura.
I would like to hear from Public Works.
Chair, did anyone request Public Works to be here? Because we're not in a committee meeting. We didn't request them
That's
as
the
a
problem.
resource person.
They wrote the bill initially. So
So what would you like to hear from Public Works? I don't understand.
So I would like to,
Question?
I would like to hear from Public Works what we're talking about. If they initially wrote the bill, I think we heard what Member Cook said, where Mayor Bissen called him to say that he does not support this bill. Is that what he said?
Right, so that was Bill 122, not Bill 15, and Bill 15 is what we're taking up.
That's correct.
But it's very similar. So wait, I'm still talking, and I would like to have Public Works here. I think what Member Patangan is saying is that doing committee work in council is what we're doing, but now we just added something else. I will say this bill mirrors 122, and with some differences, of course. And now that we're going to put Public Works in charge of this in terms of, tracking or whatever, I would like to hear what Public Works is going to say, especially since what Member Cook shared in that the mayor called him to say he doesn't support Bill 122, which mirrors this. So can we have some more information?
Well, I'm sure, we can, right? But I don't think there's time to call and explain everything to the director of and bringing him up to speed. The best thing I think we can do is send a letter to him asking him for his comments. I really, I'm not a real strong supporter of prefab or modular homes or any of that. But the difference is this is the burn zone. And so I can see this tremendous effort to compromise. And the fact that there's a drop dead date shows you that there's an end to this. So that is my comfort area, that this is just not going to go on forever and spread to everything else. This is a very specific amendment to Chapter 16. And so that's the reason why I am going to support it, whereas if it were a lot broader, I probably wouldn't. But I understand that you're entitled to get answers from the department, and if you don't mind, we'll write to them and get the answer before second reading. Okay, that's the best we can do, because we just, as you saw, we don't have time to have a committee meeting. There's no time. We have all these other meetings lined up already. Okay. I mean, you don't have to agree with me,
I know. Thank you.
Yeah. Member Cook.
Clarification, anyway, I'll share this with anybody and everybody. The letter that was written to Public Works regarding the bill with questions September 30th and requesting an answer by October 13th. And it has many of the questions that we talked about during my committee meeting. I think that these are relevant questions, similar to what Member Sugimura is discussing. So I'm very happy to share this with people. And before the second reading, maybe we can get some answers. But it's unfortunate that this is kind of like, bam, right now. I was hoping to have another hearing. I'm glad that it would be great if another member would have the hearing. I'm having a hard time supporting it the way it is, but I'll share this as the relevant questions. And thank you, Chair, for your patience with us doing all this committee work on the floor. Thank you.
Please work with staff with that letter. And thank you for sharing that too. Member Hodgins?
I'm just right now trying to find compromise, because I understand Member Paulton, the author of the bill, didn't want to send it to committee because we have a looming deadline, which is why I appreciate doing committee work on the floor. For right now, I think the way we can have some sort of measurement for success by Public Works without the director being here is they can share their maps information on how many people have applied for this version of permitting. So that's just off the top of my head. We can come up with measurements of success as we continue to discuss this bill, but for right now, that's sufficient for me. That's our permitting system, right, guys? Just FYI.
So you don't have any more amendments?
No, it was report to the council, their measurements of success, and I think we can leave that broad. And I'm assuming that's going to be them talking to us about how many people have applied. They can talk to us about if the permitting process went smoothly, how this worked, and they can share their maps information with us. And then again, for it to be sunset on December 31st of 2031.
Well, that's the third amendment, right? Okay.
That's the third amendment.
Okay.
And Chair, we needed a second on that.
That was their motion. Is there a second? Okay.
Thank you.
Seconded by Member Patangan. Discussion, do you have any more discussion on this?
I don't have any more discussion on this amendment, but I'll have discussion when we do the bill as amended.
Anybody else? Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. I probably support like 10 years, more than 5 years. I think, I don't know if some of the concern is that there's going to be a lot of these. I'm sure some property owners will share the concerns that Member Cook and Member Uhajan's explained is their concerns. If even, only 20 people take advantage of Bill 15 and do factory-built homes, that's 20 more families that will get to stay here. I'm supporting this because I don't want us to be the one standing in the way. And as Member Cook said in his meeting minutes here, that it's another tool in the toolbox for folks. Not everyone's gonna want factory-built housing. People are gonna go in other directions. I just want them to have this option if it's between staying in their car and showering at the pool bathroom and having a factory-built home. Like that, I think that's where it's at. It's not, do I choose between a factory-built home or sticks? I don't think there's a lot of people who are in, like, there are families who may be in that predicament and making that decision between, on-site construction or bringing in something that would be a little faster. And then there's some people who are basically deciding whether they're gonna have to live out of their car or stay with family, on the couch. And like, that's the kind of decisions that they're making. That's why I'm supporting doing this now. We do committee work in council meeting when things are important, and this is important. And there's a deadline. I think if it's more than 5 years, I can be supportive. It doesn't have to be 10, but I think 5 years starting from when the bill is enacted. Some people won't hear about this until it comes like later, and I don't know. I don't know the situation for the different folks, and I just don't want to be the one standing in their way. Mahalo, Chair.
Thank you. A future council can also always extend the deadline if needed. Vice Chair Sugimura.
So listening to what you said and just thinking about this conversation, I think that my hesitancy about this bill is this factory-built housing. I would like it to be locally built housing. So not housing that's going to be shipped from the mainland to come here. And then to give jobs to our working people. That's my concern about this bill. I understand what we've been hearing and our anguish about FEMA not extending, and now we're hearing they are going to extend. That's a big secret. That's good. So if this bill can be for locally factory-built housing, I support it. If it could be for locally built housing.
Okay, before I call on you, I just want to say something so that I don't get stuck at the end saying it. In voting for this, up or down, please put everything in perspective. Yeah? The fire burn zone consisted of 80% of what burnt down were property owners' property that did not live there, that rented out those units, 80%. So only 20% were people who lived there in their homes. So in my mind, under the circumstances, this is just an option available to some people. It's not going to work for many people. You know, it's not going to work. If I were a property owner, I wouldn't put this modular home on my house, on my property. If my main intent is to rent it out, I want a house that would derive, you know, sufficient income. So, like I said, I do not see this as a solution that fits everybody's situation. In fact, I think it's a solution that fits few people's, you know, situations. But at least it can help some people. That's the idea. And maybe one day that modular home could be used as an Ohana unit. But please keep in mind that I think all of us are very, very supportive of our local carpenters and the trades and so forth, and keeping jobs on Maui. I certainly don't see this as I don't want this to spread to everything. But for this situation at this time, it's going to help some people, and that's all we can say, you know. We can't find solutions that fit everybody's situation, and this will fit some people's. And as long as we help some people, you know, that's the idea. That's the best we can do. Somebody else had their hand. Member Hudgens.
Thank you, Chair. If I could have a moment to say my reasoning for 5 years. So we've done several bills for specifically the Lahaina burn zone that we gave them a 5-year sunset date. So that's why I went with 5 years, so that we could be consistent. While I do recognize that they have been approved at different times, so the sunset of 5 years is going to vary, but it is consistent with the 5-year sunset date that we have already previously done for the Lahaina burn zone things. I think we did another one quite similar that had 5 years. Separately, I've been asked to clarify my sunset date of 12/31/31 is that Public Works will no longer accept applications after that date. So that is the cutoff date to accept applications for this type of modular homes.
Member Paulson?
Yeah. What happens is that the review process does take a while, and I don't want to make the potential homeowner responsible for how long the review process takes, because that's on us. And so if we can have a drop dead date, for what a sunset date is a better term, of that day, then it'll allow other people who are still in the review process to complete their application. So, yes.
Okay, Member Paulson?
You know, my preference would be 10 years, but if this is what it takes to pass, and another future council, if it's needed, can extend it, if like we see the metrics and it's working, and you know, some people might need to get together their finances or wait for their insurance settlement or their lawsuit settlement, and then, you know, they give reason like, oh, we need it, and a future council is open to listening to them, I can be okay with this. I think it's important to get the ball rolling. Like you said, 365 days from February 28th, clock is ticking. So, you know, I'm okay with 5 years with the understanding if this is working, if people's insurance or lawsuit settlement takes longer and they want it to be extended, then they can make their case at that time to that council and it could be considered. Is that correct, Corp Council?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, the main thing is we get the ball rolling, and hopefully everyone that needs to take advantage of it within this next year to go home can.
Did I see other hands on this side? No. No, ready to vote on the amendment? All those in favor, well, roll call? Huh?
Amendment, yeah.
Vice Chair Sugimura?
So repeat what we're voting on. The
Member
date.
Hudgens?
Thank you. We are voting on right now to add into section 3 on page 10 of Bill 15 to sunset the application period until December 31st, 2031, and for Public Works and the administration to report to council measurements of success. And yes, I know it's vague, but that's what we're voting on now.
Okay, thanks.
All those in favor of the motion, raise your, oh,
Mahalo, Chair.
Member Rollins Fernandez.
And any non-substantive, including non-substantive revisions. I can vote for this now. I don't know if all of that goes into section 3, but I think like with the other amendments that we voted on, it'll be put in the proper place because it's about accepting applications up until December 31st, 2031. And so I was looking through all of this to just, I wasn't sure if the entire thing should be repealed, but Member Uuhajens did clarify that the applications will only be accepted until December 31st, 2031. And that the
sunset
matrices will be, or the report from Public Works will be provided, et cetera, et cetera. So I can be supportive of what was said, and then I look forward to seeing where they will be put into the bill. Mahalo, Chair.
All those in favor of the motion,
Roll call,
please.
Chair.
Roll call.
Councilmember Sinetsi?
Aye.
Councilmember Uuhajens?
Aye.
Councilmember Cook?
Aye.
Councilmember Rollins Fernandez?
Aye.
Councilmember Johnson?
No.
Councilmember Paulton?
Aye.
Vice Chair Sugimura?
Aye.
Councilmember Batangan?
Aye.
Council Chair Lee?
Aye.
Chair, there are 8 ayes, 1 no, motion carries.
Okay, the main motion yes, Vice Chair Sugimura.
So I really would like to talk about locally built, if we could add that to the bill.
How?
Chair, I have a PAF for an ASF to do that for the Pai'aina. If it can be done legally because of the interstate commerce clause, but it's not ready yet, so we'll try post it for second reading.
What does that mean, Member Paulton?
It means we're working on what you're asking for, but
I
it's
know,
not
but,
ready yet.
What are you proposing to do in that? Exactly, you're going to be
Realistically, for a continental or foreign-based factory builder to make a one-off for a survivor family won't happen. For a survivor family to coordinate with someone on the continent or a foreign country, they'd probably need to make 200 in order to make it worth their while, and survivors aren't going to ask for 200 of the same exact house, in my opinion. There is the factory on Hawaii Island. I invite everybody to give Nick Carroll a call. Those are the ones that they have received. While I've heard complaints about the fish bowls and the chicken coops that our state and federal government has made, I haven't heard any complaints about the factory built from Hawaii Island. And so if that is a concession that will make our people have jobs here in Hawaii, and it's kind of unrealistic for a one-off from the continent or a foreign country, and then you add the shipping costs, I'm happy to do it. I'm doing everything in my power to compromise so that our people have a shot at staying on their aina in Lahaina within a price point that they can afford, within a time frame that suits them. And I can't believe the resistance that some people who said Bill 9 is not a solution are providing. If everything is not a solution, where is your solution for the people of Lahaina? because what I'm hearing is elitist concerns about other people that haven't lost their homes, haven't been dealing with this for the last 2.5 years. If local people can help Lahaina get home, where are they? Where have they been for the last 2.5 years? 120 structures out of 4,000. Where's the trusses? So I don't want to hear that anymore. I don't want to hear more excuses of reasons why every suggestion won't work. You guys don't live in Lahaina. You don't deal with what we have to deal with, and it's obvious from all the comments.
Any comments or, yes? Member Hodgins?
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to be supporting this today with, as I've described earlier, I do have reservations. I have reservations, but that I personally don't think should supersede somebody's ability to have a house. So I'm going to be supporting this with reservations. That's why I made those amendments, and thank you all for supporting. I think right now, for me personally, I have to be flexible. While I would prefer personally stick-built homes and those high-paying jobs to remain here, I have to realize that we do need some wiggle room in order to ensure that our people remain here and housed. So I'm going to be supporting this with reservations, and I just wanted to make that clear that my concern hasn't been alleviated, but nonetheless, I will take a back step to that, and we will try this, and we will see how this goes. And I think that the way we structured with Member Paulton, how she structured the bill, and with the amendments we just passed, makes me slightly more comfortable than we were before. But I still have reservations, but I'm happy to support it today, well, with reservations. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, anybody else? Member Cook?
Thank you, Chair. I won't be supporting it today. I would like to distribute my letter afterwards because people will be able to get the questions. They can ask Public Works during the time period in between. I would like us to get comments from disaster recovery. They did want to give comments when Bill 122 was going to be reheard, but I want to comment, like Bill 9 was sold that it was going to provide housing for local people. There's a lot of places for sale. The prices have gone down. That to date has not worked out to create housing. I would like to believe that this is going to create housing. One of the things we passed with a 5-year sunset previously was you could build a shack, a shed, whoever's living in their car, if they have a piece of property, they have permission from the owner, you could build a 10 by 16 shed, whatever, that you can dismantle. They have the ability to build something temporarily while they're building a regular house. And we have a 5-year sunset on that. I believe 5, maybe it was 3. So I feel for the people, and I also feel that we've given options, and I'm not buying into this similarly to like Bill 9 being the solution. So we are gonna have a second reading. We'll see how I feel then, but right now I'm voting no. Thank you.
Anybody else? Member Rollins-Fernandez, then Member Johnson.
Mahalo, Chair. Mahalo, Member Paulton, for seeing through this work and getting it back to us as quickly as possible. I know that the Lahaina residents know how hard you fight for them. And I want to mahalo Member Hodgins for her amendments to get her to a place where she can be comfortable enough to pass this on first reading today. Because she did the work and came here having done her homework, prepared with amendments, and knew what she was talking about, unlike Member Sugimura, who doesn't know what she's talking about.
Let's not get personal. Let's not get personal.
And she's running for mayor and claims to care for people.
Oh, come on, please. Let's stop.
And she doesn't care about the fire survivors. Mahalo, Chair.
That is so not true.
Member Johnson.
Okay.
I know.
So I support this bill. I guess I'm of a different opinion of the body where I think this bill could good in other communities, but for today, this is what's on the table, so I'll support it. I want to encourage, these types of homes across all communities. Remember, the big thing about factory-built homes is that they're cheaper. It's the money, Lebowski. We're in $1 million houses here. I mean, it just doesn't make it more simple than just look at that price on the right for that price and look at that price on the left for that price. I just can't afford the homes that are built with, heavy duty, everything and all the bells and whistles. I need a home. My home burned down. Those are the types of thinkings that those folks are going through. There should be, if this tool doesn't fit you, I know we use that tool in the toolbox thing, but if this tool doesn't fit, then just pick another tool. But just for us to limit the tools, that's not how. I don't think we should do that. So I just want to say, time and time again, I keep looking at the cost of a factory home versus cost of a custom-made home. And for working class folks, they can't afford that, So I'm going to support this bill. I made my points, and I'm ready to vote. Thank you, Chair.
Member Paulton?
Thank you, Chair. And I do need to apologize to the greater Maui County. I am kind of the same mind of Member Johnson, but my priority right now has to be West Maui. And, I would say that us passing this bill today, passing it potentially on the 6th, doesn't preclude 122 from continuing to be worked on. There's people in our community that are carrying so much weight, and this is just one aspect of it. There's issues with the psychology continuing on at the comprehensive center. There's issues with bulldozers running over things in valleys. There's issues with, and these are things that all our people are dealing with on top of trying to get home, on top of trying to get their kids to school from wherever they ended up, if they still want to go to school in Lahaina. It's the traffic that people that still work in Lahaina deal with every day that can't live in Lahaina. It's so many things. And if we can make an inch step to move forward to help people, I don't see why people would stand in front of it. One of the testifiers talked about the homeowner's perspective. Let's let the homeowners decide for themselves what they want and get out of the way. If that particular testifier doesn't want a factory-built house, that's his perspective. But don't stand in the way of somebody that does want a factory-built house. And, if you talk to some of the folks building the homes in Lahaina right now, local inspection isn't that great either. So don't be projecting what you're seeing locally or have seen on foreign built homes and whatnot. I get complaints daily about code violations, about the ratio of permeable to non-permeable and all the things. So, while we're having this discussion, don't think that shoddy inspection doesn't happen here locally. Don't think that you're gonna drive through my entire neighborhood and everybody's house is gonna be up to code, because it's not. We're talking about a place to live when there aren't any. People made so much fun of Bisson when he was saying, and we didn't know about the extension, if you can find other housing, take it. What other housing? If there was other housing, we would have had it for the last 2.5 years. And now this is one option on the table. And there's some people that can't even support that. As much as we've compromised and hashed it out, they still can't support it. So I have to question, where are their solutions for our Lahaina people? Because I'm open, willing, and open ears to that. Houses in Wailea, 670 is not gonna help our Lahaina people. And before Wailea even became a thing, West Maui carried this county on our back financially. We carried the state on our back financially. What we're asking for is a chance. It's not gonna fit everybody's needs, but if it fits 5 people's needs, if it fits 20 people's needs, that's 20 households we get to keep in Lahaina when we're losing scores. So, thank you.
Vice Chair Sugimura? No. Member Batangan?
Thank you, Chair. I just want to start off by recognizing that the rest of the body has had robust debate on this topic, and I want to thank them for making a good faith effort for me to have that same opportunity as well. I recognize it didn't work out, but I appreciate, the effort that was put in there. I still have some reservations after hearing both sides, but I am more comfortable after seeing this proposal be limited geographically and to only 5 years so that we can see how it works out. But it doesn't, that hasn't, I'm gonna be taking the opposite approach of Member Hodgins. I'm gonna be voting no today. But I gotta say, I'm open. A lot of the concerns that I had coming into this meeting today have been addressed, and I think that I owe it to the body and to the community at large to continue learning about the pros and cons of this proposal. And I, appreciate the help that I'm gonna be getting from OCS and from my fellow members between now and second reading so that I can make a more informed decision then. Thank you.
That's the spirit. Thank you. Anybody else on this side? Well, we have to vote. Okay. Everybody ready? Roll call. The main motion is amended.
Councilmember Sinensi? Aye. Councilmember Hodgins?
Aye.
Councilmember Cook?
No.
Councilmember Rollins Fernandez?
Aye.
Councilmember Johnson?
Yes.
Councilmember Paulton?
Aye.
Vice Chair Sugimura?
No.
Councilmember Batangan?
No.
Chair Lee?
Aye.
Chair, there are 6 ayes, 3 noes, motion carries.
Thank you, members.
All right. Have a good trip. Member
Thank you, Chair.
Member Sinensi, are you leaving too?
No, I'm not leaving, but I just wanted to say that I'm starting to get texts from the FEMA fire victims that they're happy of the extension. So, good news.
I hope they didn't hear it from us, right?
No.
Okay. Even though we're on TV.
It was confidential.
I just shared the governor's website post and pictures on his Instagram, so I'm not trying to steal his thunder.
Okay. Okay, very good, very good. Okay, Ms. Clerk?
Chair, for referral to the Agriculture, Diversification, Environment, and Public Transportation Committee is Bill 16, 2026, a bill for an ordinance amending Chapter 10.52 Maui County Code by adding a new section regulating low-speed electric bicycles.
Any objections to the referral, members? Yes, Member Johnson?
I'd like to see if Councilmember Cook would be interested in taking it up in your committee.
I'll check their schedule, but I'm willing to take it on.
Okay.
It's a big issue.
Okay. Yeah, it's traffic safety, I do believe, is in your.
Okay, so are you going to take it?
Go ahead.
Okay.
Thank you.
Let's refer this to the Y Committee. Any objections? Okay, so ordered, Ms. Clerk.
Chair, before you is Bill 17, 2026, a bill for an ordinance repealing Chapter 9.40 Maui County Code on social host liability.
Member Paulton.
Thank you, Chair. If there are no objections, may I request the county clerk postpone this item until the next council meeting? This matter is being reviewed with the Department of Police at our upcoming DRIP committee meeting on January 28th as a Rule 7B discussion. So if we can just leave it on the table and not vote on it today, that would be my preference.
Okay, members, any objections to laying this matter on the clerk's desk until the next council meeting? So ordered, Ms. Clerk.
Chair, before you is Bill 18, 2026, a bill for an ordinance authorizing the mayor to enter into an intergovernmental agreement with the Office of the Auditor, State of Hawaii for auditing services.
Vice Chair Sugimura.
Chair, if there's no objections, may I please request the clerk also call up Bill 19, 2026 and 20, 2026?
Any objections, members?
No.
So ordered, Ms. Clerk.
Bill 19, 2026, a bill for an ordinance amending the fiscal year 2026 budget, Appendix A, Part 1, Department of OEV Resources, Historic Preservation Fund, U.S. National Park Service, new appropriation of $2 million. And Bill 20, 2026, a bill for an ordinance amending the fiscal year 2026 budget, Appendix A, Part 1, Department of Management, U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, EPA, Sewer Overflow and Stormwater Municipal Grant, OSG, new appropriation of $750,000.
Vice Chair Sugimura.
Thank you, Chair. I move to pass Bill 18, 2026, 19, 2026, and 20, 2026 on first reading.
Moved by Vice Chair Sugimura, seconded by Member Cook to pass bills 18, 2026, 19, 2026, 20, 2026 on first reading.
Thank you.
Discussion.
Thank you. The Bill 18 authorizes the mayor to enter into an intergovernmental agreement with the state of Hawaii of the Office of the Auditor for auditing services relating to the employees' retirement system schedule of allocations. The audit supports required pension reporting that feeds into the county's annual financial audit. It also authorized payment to the county's share of the audit, which totals $14,400 across fiscal years 25, 26, and 27. Bill 19 amends the fiscal year 26 budget, Appendix A, Part 1, to add a new $2 million grant to the Department of OEV Resources from the U.S. Department of National Park Service Historic Preservation Fund. The funds will support restoration, planning, and early implementation work for the Lahaina Royal Complex, including Moku'ula and local Mokuhina. Bill 20 amends fiscal year 26 budget, Appendix A, Part 1, to add a new $750,000 grant to the Department of Management from the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency Sewer Overflow and the Stormwater Municipal Grant. The funds will support infrastructure work to reduce land-based water pollution in nearshore waters. I respectfully request for the members' support of my motion. Thank you, Chair.
Any discussion? Member Paulton.
My first discussion is for Bill 19. I just want to recognize Department of OEV Resources is like less than 5 years old, probably less than 3 years old, and they're coming in hot with a competitive 1.5-year-old baby coming in hot with a competitive grant that they applied for $2 million for the Royal Complex, Moku'ula, Loko o Mokuhinia. I've never seen such a thing, and so much gratitude to them for their all the things that they have to mihi for that us humans do in the county of Maui. Just very grateful. And then Bill 18, I wasn't aware we were passing it on the floor. Can somebody quickly mention what we're going into a thing on?
So this is something that we've been doing every year. This is the county share of the audit, and it is not really, well, it's not anything new. Would you like us to ask the administration to explain it further?
Oh, no, if it's an annual thing in our fair share, then I can look it up after and vote now without hesitation, because I probably voted before.
Yeah, thank you.
Any more discussion? If not, on the three bill, Member Batangan.
Thank you, Chair. Regarding Bill 20, I just want to note that having worked with the Department of Management on the parking garage and watching their activities with the Halau OEV Resources, I have concerns about their ability to take on CAP projects. I will be supporting them getting the new funds, but I just want them on record that I will be watching. Thank you, Chair.
Concerned about the MD's office?
Yes, Chair.
Okay. Okay. Good to know. Member Rollins Fernandez?
Mahalo Chair, just correction, Halo of OEV Arts. Is what you-
Calamine. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, and echoing Member Bolton's sentiments, ho'omai ka'i to our newest Department of OEV Resources and their hardworking team at bringing in funding to heal the Royal Complex, Mokuhinia and Loko Mokuhinia and Moku'ula. Mahalo, Chair.
Okay. Anybody else? If not, all those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Say aye.
Aye.
Okay, all three bills. See, that's 8 ayes, 1 excused, motion carries. Excused is member Hodgins. Ms. Clerk?
Thank you, members.
Chair, we're now into ordinances for second and final reading. Before you is Bill 158, CD1, FD1, 2025, a bill for an ordinance amending the county water code and subdivision ordinance on water conservation and control of water use.
Member Cook?
Chair, I move to pass Bill 158, CD1, FD1, 2025 on second and final reading.
Second.
Moved by Member Cook, seconded by Vice Chair Sugimura to pass Bill 158, CD1, FD1, 2025 on second and final reading. Discussion. Member Cook.
Thank you, Chair. Bill 158 establishes water conservation measures and regulates water use during declared water shortages, shifting the county from a reactive approach to proactive, long-term framework for sustainable water management. Maui County's freshwater resources are under increasing strain due to recurring drought, declining stream flows, rising chloride levels in wells, aging infrastructure, and growing affordable house demands. Bill 158 addresses these challenges by embedding conservation practices at all times, not only during emergencies, and by modernizing notification, irrigation requirements to reduce avoidable water waste. I respectfully ask the members to support my motion.
Any more discussion, Member Paulton?
I'm in strong support of this motion. I think it's long overdue. And I think that with our ground and surface water special management area designation of West Maui, that Seaworm should adopt this for the whole Lahaina aquifer sector as is allowed by the designation, because they do not have a conservation action plan. And if they don't have one, start with ours and then, do whatever you need to do. But this is long overdue, and thank you for bringing this up in a timely manner.
Any more discussion? If not, all those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Say aye.
Aye.
8 ayes, 1 excused. Member Hodgins. Motion carries. Ms. Clerk?
Chair, before you is Bill 161, CD1, 2025, a bill for an ordinance imposing interim restrictions on new private swimming pools in West Maui Community Plan Area.
Member Paulton?
Thank you, Chair. I move to pass Bill 161, CD1, 2025 on second and final reading.
Moved by Member Paulton, seconded by Member Sinensi to pass Bill 161, CD1, 2025 on second and final reading. Discussion, Member Paulton.
Thank you, Chair. As was stated by one of the testifiers, that our reliable capacity is far less than our actual usage pre-fire. And as we see, we can't even build new affordable housing in West Maui. It's all rebuild. And the reason is because they want to make sure that there's enough water for everybody that used to be there first. And yet, some of the projects are, not just the projects, but even the residential builds are bigger, more units, more bedrooms, and it's not a ban as people keep saying it's a moratorium until we see what the actual use, reliable capacity, and what we're able to bring online comes to. We don't have those totals at this time. And so it's prudent to set aside our luxury use, new luxury use, as it is to set aside our new affordable housing. Well, I don't really agree that it's prudent to set aside our new affordable housing, but that's what we're doing. So I think it goes along line that we should set aside our new luxury use of private swimming pools. Thank you.
Any more discussion? If not, all those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand, say aye. Roll call. Roll call.
Councilmember Sinensi,
Aye.
Councilmember Hodgins,
Excused.
Councilmember Cook,
No.
Councilmember Rollins Fernandez,
Aye.
Councilmember Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Paulton,
Aye.
Vice Chair Sugimura,
No.
Councilmember Batangan,
Aye.
and Council Chair Lee.
Aye.
Chair, you have, let me count here, 6 ayes, 2 noes, 1 excused, motion carries.
Next.
Chair, before you is Bill 168, CD1 2025, a bill for an ordinance amending Chapter 3.48 Maui County Code to establish real property exemption to increase and maintain access to affordable housing.
Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. I move to pass Bill 168, CD1 2025 on second and final reading.
Second.
Moved by Member Rollins Fernandez, seconded by Vice Chair Sugimura, to pass Bill 168 CD1 2025 on second and final reading. Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. It's taken about 6 years to get to this point. We're almost there, achieving the goals of our 2019 real property tax reform TIG. Almost there. Mahalo, Chair and Member Polton and late Council Member Tasha Kama for sitting on that and seeing through these initiatives. Mahalo, Chair.
Any more discussion? If not, all those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand, say aye. Okay, 7 ayes, 0 noes, 2 excused. Members Batangan and Hodgins. Next.
Chair, before you is Bill 177, 2025, a bill for an ordinance amending Ordinance 58, 2025, relating to an intergovernmental agreement for a loan from the state of Hawaii's Water Pollution Control Revolving Fund for various wastewater projects, fiscal year 2026 budget ordinance.
Vice Chair Sugimura.
Chair, if there's no objections, may I please request the clerk also call up Bill 178, 2025, Bill 6, 2026, Bill 7, 2026, and Bill 11, 2026.
Ms. Clerk.
Chair, before you is Bill 178, 2025, a bill for an ordinance amending the fiscal year 2026 budget, increasing estimated revenues, other intergovernmental by $22,409,000, capital improvement projects, Department of Environmental Management, West Maui Community Plan Area, and Appendix C, Department of Environmental Management, West Maui Community Plan Area, new and increased appropriation for $22,409,000 for Lahaina wastewater reclamation facility, return to activated sludge, RAS, dewatering upgrades. Bill 6, 2026, a bill for an ordinance amending the fiscal year 2026 budget, increasing estimated revenues, carryover savings, general fund by $162,500, Department of Human Concerns program grants and disbursements for health, human services, and education, increase the appropriation for houseless programs, the amount of $162,500. Bill 7, 2026, a bill for an ordinance amending the fiscal year 2026 budget, Appendix A, Part 1, East Maui Water Authority, Hawaii Community Foundation, Freshwater Initiative, new appropriation of $40,000. And Bill 11, 2026, a bill for an ordinance amending the fiscal year 2026 budget, Appendix A, Part 2, Affordable Housing Fund, Kehalani Affordable LLC, to update the unit distribution.
Who was the second on that?
Oh, I'm making the motion now.
Oh, okay, just now.
Yeah, we just called them up.
Vice Chair Sugimura.
Yeah, thanks. I move to pass Bills 177, 2025, 178, 2025, Bill 6, 26, Bill 7, 2026, and Bill 11, 2026, 26 on second and final reading.
Okay. Moved by Vice Chair Sugimura, seconded by Member Cook, to pass Bills 177, 178, 6, 7, and 11 on second and final reading. Discussion, Vice Chair Sugimura.
No discussion, Chair.
Any other discussion? If not, all those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, 8 ayes, 0 noes, 1 excused. Member Hodgins, motion carries. Ms. Clerk.
Chair, before you is Bill 3, 2026, a bill for an ordinance amending the fiscal year 2026 budget for the County of Maui, estimated revenues, capital improvement projects, Department of Housing, West Maui Community Plan Area, other projects, housing, interim financing, and buyback revolving fund, Komohana Hale Apartments rebuild, and Appendix C, Department of Housing, West Maui Community Plan Area, Komohana Hale Apartments rebuild.
Member Paulton?
Thank you, Chair. I move to pass Bill 3 on second and final reading.
Second.
Okay, moved by Member Paulton, seconded by Member Cook to pass Bill 3 on second and final reading. Discussion, Member Paulton.
Thank you, members, for bringing us to this point. As we heard from the Department of Housing at first reading, they have selected a contractor to help with their design of the rebuild. And we have heard from finance that the ball is in their court as to the fund name. Just happy to see some of our government-supported multifamily rental housing moving forward, although it obviously is slower than we like. We have other tools in the toolbox to help. Thank you.
Any more discussion? Vice Chair Sugimura.
Thank you, Chair. I'm supportive of this motion. Your BFED committee met last week to discuss this matter as a 7B. While we have not yet received the information requested from the administration at our January 15 BFED meeting, I recognize the urgency of this matter. Moving forward, I remain committed to ensuring that revenue is recognized correctly and look forward to the administration's responses to our questions. This will allow us to ensure that we meet our recovery needs in a timely and appropriate fashion. Thank you, Chair.
Any more discussion? All those in favor of the motion, raise your hand, say aye.
Aye.
8 ayes, 0 noes, 1 excused. Member Hodgins, motion carries. Ms. Clerk.
Chair, before you is Bill 4, 2026, a bill for an ordinance amending the fiscal year 2026 budget, increasing estimated revenues, carryover savings, general fund by $5 million. Department of Housing, Housing Program, increase the appropriation for grant to Lahaina Community Land Trust by $5 million. Appendix A, Part 2, Open Space, Natural Resources, Cultural Resources, and Scenic Views Preservation Fund. Delete the condition for Lahaina Community Land Trust in the amount of $5 million.
Member Paulton.
Thank you, Chair. I move to pass Bill 4 on second and final reading.
Second.
Moved by Member Paulton, seconded by Member Vice Chair Sugimura to pass Bill 4 on second and final reading. Discussion, Member Paulton.
Thank you. I'd like to thank Member Sugimura for allowing for that informative, uplifting, and inspiring presentation by Lahaina Community Land Trust. And I would like to deliver this to our Executive Director of the Land Trust, Autumn Ness, and wish her a very happy birthday and hope she's doing something fun right now.
Very good. Any more discussion? If not, all those in favor, Member Batangan.
Thank you, Chair. I also want to thank Member Sugimura for holding that 7B. I really didn't understand what the conditions being removed from the grant were when we took it up on first reading, and having the presentation before us really helped to clarify what was being requested by the administration. So thank you for holding that, and I just wanted to extend the mahalo again to the good people at the Lahaina Community Land Trust for all the work that they're doing on behalf of the people of Maui.
Okay. All those in favor of the motion, raise your hand, say aye. 8 ayes, 1 excused, motion carries. Okay, excused is Member Hodgins. Ms. Clerk.
Chair, before you is Bill 5, 2026, a bill for an ordinance amending the fiscal year 2026 budget, Office of the Mayor, Economic Development Program, Makawao Paia Haiku, Economic Development, Environmental, and Cultural Programs, removing the conditional language for Kaizen Group, Inc., and inserting conditional language for Naumaka o Maliko.
Member Paulton. You're the Vice Chair, right?
Yeah. I move to pass Bill 8 on second and, Bill 5 on second and final reading.
Moved by Member Paulton, seconded by Vice Chair Sugimura to pass Bill 5 on 2026 on second and final reading. Discussion, Member Paulton.
Thank you. I'm the vice chair and, oh no, I'm not. I'm the friend of the residency area member, and I'm honored to do this on her behalf.
Who is the Vice Chair? Weren't you the old Vice Chair?
Chair.
No? Yes.
It's a BFED.
This is a
title.
BFED legislation, a bill, but this is for the Mako'opai'a Haiku residency area, which is
Oh, that's right,
member
that's
U'u
right.
Hajins.
Okay, I
We're
just looked at her
besties.
name.
Yeah.
Okay. Very
Support.
good. Okay, all those in favor of the passing this bill on Bill 5, 2026 on second and final reading, please raise your hand, say aye. 8 ayes, 0 noes, 1 excuse, Member Hajins, and so bill passes. Ms. Clerk.
Chair, before you is Bill 8, 2026, a bill for an ordinance amending the fiscal year 2026 budget Department of Management Office of Recovery Program, adding new conditional language for Festivals of Aloha Incorporated.
Member Paulton.
Thank you, Chair. I move to pass Bill 8 on second and final reading.
Moved by Member Paulton, seconded by Vice Chair Sugimura to pass Bill 8, 2026 on second and final reading. Discussion, Member Paulton.
Thank you. So they let me sit in on another Lahaina homecoming planning meeting. The dates are tentative, July 17, 18, and 19. We've got big plans. Tell all your alumni of Lahaina Luna, come in. It's going to be extravaganza. We're going to have job posting for county engineers there. We're going to do all kind of stuff. So maybe we can Lahaina come home, some engineers for the county.
Oh, very good. Sounds exciting. Okay. Any more discussion? All those in favor, raise your hand, say aye. 9 ayes, 8 ayes, 0 noes, 1 excuse. Member U'u Hajins, motion carries. Okay, that brings us to the end of the calendar. Staff, do we have anything else? No?
Am I on the wrong agenda? I had a number 11.
That was Paul. That's Paul.
Oh.
That was done already.
Oh,
Yeah.
got it. Okay. Yay, we're Paul.
Yes. Any last comments? Yes, Member Cook.
Chair, I'd like to ask this staff if they could copy this for everybody. And there again, it's just for people's reference as far as the communication with Public Works, et cetera. I think you'll find it interesting. And I'm looking forward to resolving a lot of this for hopefully our next meeting. Aloha Friday to everybody, and thank you for allowing me to participate and hang out with you guys.
Well, you just happen to work here. Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. Mahalo for coming to hang out with us, Member Cook. I just wanted clarification about where that letter is going to go. Is it testimony? It's going to be posted in testimony?
Information for me to share regarding, because of some of the testimony that, some conversation. You want to look at it and you make a decision?
No.
As far as I'm concerned, I just want everybody to have it for a point of reference.
It's not a committee meeting. Committee meeting in Granicus, we put, all the
Yeah.
resource items, and because it's a
It
council
wasn't.
meeting,
Yeah.
I think it would likely go into like testimony, unless there's somewhere else.
You can check
That
with
it would
staff
go.
and they'll help you with that.
I'm asking for the benefit of the public so that the public will be able to find it wherever it's going to be
Oh, no,
posted.
That's fine.
Okay. Staff, what do you intend to do with that?
Stick it in a folder and put it in the desk.
Yeah, put it down as testimony, okay? So that way it would be public information. All right, everybody,
Mahalo,
thank you
Chair.
very much. Have a great weekend. This meeting is adjourned.